Yesterday, truly historic. We'll get to that in a moment with someone who has a wonderful tapestry of the history of the market. But before that, we've got to look at the news flow. And John, I really don't know. Are we still doing election 2020 or are we moved on from that?
I think the last 24 hours we moved on quickly, but maybe it should come back on the horizon on the agenda in the next couple of days. But for now, Tom, it's yesterday once again extended just a little bit, just a little flavour of Monday's price action. You'll find that in various names like AMC Entertainment. You'll find it in the airlines, the banks once again this morning. But more broadly, you'll find it at the index level. The Russell, Tom, the relative performance of the Russell versus the Nasdaq, that just continues. You can drive a truck through it this morning. The Russell futures are up by about 1.6%. Nasdaq futures are negative on the session. The cyclicality just starting to come back into this market. But I'd go further, Tom, on this one. Right. You've got to ask yourself where the risk is in this market. And the risk in this market for many people is where people thought was safe just a few months back. That's the Treasury market, that's big tech, and that's where the risk was yesterday. And that's what that vaccine news did. It just turned risk upside down.
And there's a price loss as you have higher yields. And right now I'm going to round it up 0.95% on the 10-year yield. That is a lower price, higher yield. Lisa, that's how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how it works. I got to say, I am confused by the narrative. It is not a neat narrative.
It is not a neat narrative.
And I would say what I'm struck by is the fact that suddenly it's the cheapest it's ever been for companies closest to default to borrow money right now. Even though we have a high unemployment rate, even though the pandemic is getting worse, even though we don't know anything on the fiscal support side, and even though we don't have really a verdict when it comes to the presidential election, which has not been accepted by President Trump, or frankly, who's going to control the Senate. And this is what I'm struggling with, Tom. The narrative does not make sense to me.
Well, the narrative is a jumble, and John, this goes to overnight, folks, and you'll hear this through the news day, not only the firing of the Secretary of Defense, Kevin Cirilli widely expects other firings this week, even today. John, overnight, Attorney General Barr, with an original treatment of federal use of the Department of Justice in this election process, and we saw a major resignation from DOJ on this. John, this is not a small matter.
No, it's not, but it's not on the agenda of financial market participants right now.
Totally agree
in
with
any
that.
way, shape
Totally
or form.
agree with that.
I find that quite amazing. I think most people just believe this is part of the process. The president will work through the process, and Republicans are allowing him to do just that. What's going to be key for me, Tom, is whether these big states, once they finish counting, whether they certify those results and how quickly they do that. And at the moment, I think a lot of people giving them breathing room, carry on, get it done. At some point in the next several weeks as we approach December 8th, that gets a little bit more critical. Right now, just it doesn't appear to be the case at all.
And the gentleman from England getting to the distinction of the matter, folks, and this is important, is the idea of the certification of the elections. We haven't had that yet, and the Attorney General Barr getting out front of the process before certification. Again, futures red and green on the screen, -8. Dow futures go up 199. Mr. Farrow identifies that spread between Russell 2000, the small cap, is indicated by the big tech is negative, big tech negative, Russell 2000 is positive. Stam Stovall has seen this before. He's with CFRA. Well, actually, none of us have seen what we saw yesterday, and it will go in the acclaimed Stock Almanac. Sam Stovall, just your single summary of how unusual was yesterday.
Well, Tom, very unusual. I mean, we were up more than 5% at one point on the day, and then we closed up 1.2% on the S&P 500. So when you look to, closing percent changes, it's just simply a blip. We had 5 times this year that were even substantially stronger. On March 24th, we were up 9.4% in a single day. And so I would say it would certainly add excitement to one's portfolio, but certainly not adding a lot in terms of asset value right now.
Sam, yesterday was a catch-up trade. We can all agree on that. The names, the parts of the market that were left behind, all caught up. Where people thought was safe suddenly became a massive risk. You reprice, boom, 24 hours, done. Or is it? And Sam, that's the question right now. Was yesterday the catch-up trade or the beginning of a durable trend? Now, that's really difficult to identify with one day's price action. But, Sam, do you have a call on that?
Well, I think that, when you look to the individual day, then, you're absolutely correct. you had basically 75% of the near 150 sub-industries in the S&P 1500 in positive territory, so it was pretty broadly diversified. The S&P 600 was up close to 5% in the single day. Mid-caps were up 3% versus the large caps a little more than 1% gain. I think that because investors are saying we've got 10 companies around the world that are in phase 3 trials of a COVID-19 virus vaccine, that even if Pfizer stumbles a little bit, we still have 9 more that we can work with. And so Wall Street is looking beyond the valley. It's looking beyond the spike right now and saying 6 to 12 months from now, things will be growing. And the real question is, by how much will analysts be elevating their 2021 estimates?
And we all have to look beyond this valley just to stay upright, frankly, because the pandemic hasn't been that fun. That said, you still have to start wondering about valuations. Yes, we are going to reach some sort of new normal, but we're at record highs, basically, in a lot of the equity indices. And this is predicated on the idea that interest rates will stay low. At what point will Treasury yields rise high enough to offset that narrative, to basically say we have to reset valuations? Yes, it's a better world, but valuations got too high for where rates may be.
Well, good point. If you look at it on an absolute basis, basically everything looks expensive. S&P 500 is trading at 22.4 times next 12 months NPM earnings, which is a 35% premium to its average over the last 20 years. Every sector except financials and healthcare are trading at double-digit premiums. On a relative basis, however, only consumer discretionary and energy are trading at double-digit premiums to the market. So I guess it really depends on whether we're going to be seeing rotation or an actual retreat. Right now, from a technical perspective, I think we have to see interest rates go above 1% in order for us to see a technical rotation from a bearish trend to a neutral trend. And then I think we need to see interest rates rise more dramatically for investors to really get scared and think that inflation is right around the corner.
And just to give some perspective, we now have a 10-year yield near session highs at 95 basis points, so about 5 basis points away from that 1% mark. There is also a question of whether this rotation means losses for big tech or just underperformance. What's your take on that, Sam?
Well, right now we're going for losses or underperformance, actually. Near-term losses, but more longer-term underperformance. When you look at the S&P 500 growth minus value on a rolling 12-month basis, we hit an all-time high in August and then again in September, meaning that going back to 1975, the 12-month percent change for growth stocks minus that for value was at about 35 percentage points, higher than where we were during the tech bubble of the late 1990s. So it just seemed that it was a matter of time before we saw some sort of rotation away from growth and toward value, which we're in the very early phases of right now.
So, Sam, this raises a really important question. Let me build on what Lisa just asked. How much risk is there at the index level for passive investors just sitting and holding the S&P 500? Given the weightings of these huge tech names, Apple, 6% of the S&P, Microsoft, 5.5%, Amazon, about 4.5%. Is there a lot of risk at the index level because of the weightings?
I guess so. I mean, when you think about it, you mentioned technology with Microsoft and Apple, but then you've got Facebook and the two share classes of Google in the communication services. You have Amazon and Visa in the consumer discretionary. So it's not just one sector. It is spread around. And so it is a large cap index, and therefore the behemoths do tend to drive the action. But interesting, back in 2008, you would have said pretty much the same thing, ditto back in 2000, yet the equal weight 500 tends to fall more precipitously in the early phases of bear markets or corrections. So it is interesting, but they do offer ballast because of their size, because of their market share, et cetera.
Well, the equal weight had a massive day yesterday. Sam, it's great to catch up, to get your thoughts on this market. What a move we've had. What a week already. Sam Stovall there, CFRA, Chief Investment Strategist. And in many places, The move continues. Netflix, negative. We talked about AMC Entertainment, positive. JP Morgan again, Tom. Huge day Monday. We add just a little bit more weight to that move, up another 1% and change in early trading.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, John. And Amazon down as well. But is Amazon down because of the Nasdaq weaker this morning or because of the EU regulation issues? I would suggest it's more, as you describe, the pullback in the Nasdaq. Now that Nasdaq index down 209 points.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do, Tom, and I'm really trying to understand, yesterday we had a massive squeeze. I get that. The market caught really offside. We need to think about the squeeze and a durable trend. Are we going to generate the kind of recovery over the next several years that leads to higher rates and advantages banks? Or are we going to see more of the same that we saw pre-COVID? Are we going to see that again post-COVID?
I would watch all the markets, but particularly the fixed income market. Yeah, it popped yesterday and went. John, that brings up a really important point, and I saw this with Lister Lester this weekend. Can you explain, you mentioned offsides. Can you explain offsides in soccer? I mean, do we need a beverage of our choice in our hands
Not in
to
the
do that?
25 seconds I have, and not with the fact that this
I
is
have just tried.
water.
Because
I need a serious drink to get through that conversation with you.
You put your flag out like this. You put the flag out. I mean, there's a blue line in hockey.
There are no
John,
flag
there's
signals.
a blue line in hockey.
Okay.
Where's the blue line in soccer?
Well, it's a little bit different. It's about where the last man is.
Offsides.
I'm not going to do this right now.
Yeah, market was offsides.
Tom Keene, Lisa Bravitz and Jonathan Ferro on Bloomberg Surveillance. I was talking about a different kind of offside.
Offsides.
The S&P 500. Negative 10 points. Up next, the conversation you do not want to miss. David Ricks of Eli Lilly, the CEO, joining us from New York City and London. Beautiful morning again in London and New York.
Well, not in New York.
This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. President Trump's Attorney General William Barr will let the Justice Department investigate potential voting irregularities in the presidential election. But Barr has acknowledged there is no conclusive evidence, and he warned against what he called far-fetched claims. After Barr announced the new policy, the head of the department's election crimes branch resigned. The U.S. is set to hit record hospitalizations for the coronavirus this week. Numbers are soaring in Midwest states such as Illinois and Michigan. Meanwhile, in Texas, the city of El Paso has more people hospitalized with the virus than 29 states. In the UK, the House of Lords rejected government plans to break international law over Brexit. They voted to remove the most controversial parts of the internal market bill. Prime Minister Boris Johnson immediately vowed to push ahead with the legislation. It gives ministers the power to rewrite parts of the Brexit deal Johnson signed with the EU. And the European Union has filed antitrust charges against Amazon. That escalates an investigation into how the company handles data from rival sellers on its massive online platform. The EU's competition commissioner says that Amazon's rules should not favor its own retail offers or those of retailers using Amazon's logistics and delivery services. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
It came in better than expected, not only in terms of job creation, but also a sharp fall in the unemployment rate consistent with higher labor force participation. That's really good news.
Overall, the gain was solid. But even while this is a very robust pace of job gains, it's a lot slower than it has been in the summer months.
Great that we saw the job gains we did, but they still are diminished from what they were, of course, back in April and May. And the scarring, the sort of wounds that were created by COVID are beginning to fester.
I would caution people to look at the top line number because I don't think it tells the entire story. Employment relative to population is still well below where we were pre-crisis, and that's because I think that we're going to have some lasting damage.
Depending on what you look at, jobs creation or the unemployment rate, you have different views as to whether the improvement in the labor force is keeping up or slowing down.
Pre-crisis, and that's because I think we're going to have some lasting damage.
The outlook for the economy is extraordinarily uncertain and will depend in large part on the success of efforts to keep the virus in check.
They are torturing themselves to explain that they're there, ready, willing, and able.
The Fed has basically done all it can do, with the exception of extreme emergency measures.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
I will spare no effort to turn this pandemic around once we're sworn in on January 20th. To get our kids back to school safely, our business is growing and our economy running at full speed again, and to get an approved vaccine manufactured and distributed as quickly as possible to as many Americans as possible.
President-elect Joe Biden there, following the news announced yesterday. Some advancements on the science, and let me tell you, this market ran away with that news. Good morning to you all from London and New York. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Here's the price action of this morning. Just a little flavour, a sprinkle of what we got yesterday. The underperformance of the Nasdaq, the outperformance of the small caps. We'll keep an eye on that for you going into the opening bell. Once again, Treasuries just a little bit softer after yesterday's massive sell-off, up another couple of basis points on a 10-year to about 0.95%, Tom. Not much action in euro-dollar, 118.09. We have a forum at the ECB a little bit later this week. That's worth keeping a little eye on as the week progresses.
No question about that. Let's do this. Let's dispense with the formalities right now and get to David Ricks, Eli Lilly, Chairman and CEO. And I do this. John and Lisa have a lot of questions about the news yesterday. But, David, I think there's massive confusion over all of these fancy words, and particularly around vaccine, around antibody treatment. We conflate bacterial and virus therapies on top of each other. How does a vaccine differ from the antibody treatment you announced yesterday?
Well, thanks for having me on, Tom. And exciting news last night with the emergency use authorization in the U.S. for our monoclonal antibody, neutralizing antibody, which is a therapy that you're to be given in this approval if you have newer onset disease, so a positive test and symptoms, and in particular if you fall into a high-risk group, you have underlying conditions or you're older. Then you can take this therapy, and in our studies it reduced the probability that you go to the hospital pretty dramatically, by 70%. So that's an important step, another tool now to help manage this disease just when we need it most. In terms of how it works, you're asking, what we did actually was when your body's infected with a virus, it mounts a variety of immune responses. One of them is we create antibodies, which have been much talked about in these antibody testing. These antibodies lock up the virus and dispose of it. What we did was took antibodies from surviving patients early in the pandemic. We isolated the very most potent ones, in this case, and now we make it in a factory synthetically and give it as a medicine.
This is really important, David Ricks. Can you just suggest that this bacterial-like antibody therapy, almost like a bacterial antibiotic, could be a substitute for a true vaccine?
Well, we're studying what we call passive immunization in a setting where you're trying to prevent spread. In our case, we're looking at spread within nursing home facilities. It's similar to vaccination in a way. So when you get a vaccine, we introduce a killed or modified version of a part of a virus, and your body recognizes that as foreign and mounts its own antibody response. Here, what we're doing is we're giving you the antibody response of someone else prior to getting sick. It's in a study. It's not approved by the FDA, and we don't have the data yet. But that's a very interesting approach, and if we look at other viruses like Ebola even, this was the setting where these antibodies made the biggest difference. Of course, in the U.S. and I think around the world, nursing home patients, elderly in nursing homes, are at the highest risk. So this would be an important positive event if it occurred, and we should have that data in the coming weeks.
Dave, to build on what Tom's discussing, I think we're trying to ask the question as to whether we need a multi-pronged approach here, not just the advancement we heard from Pfizer yesterday, but maybe also complemented by what you're doing as well. One thing that stuck out for us all yesterday is just the storage of the mRNA vaccine that Pfizer are moving forward with and how difficult it is to store at really, really freezing cold temperatures. Dave, can you speak to that, the developments there on that side, and how difficult it will be actually to distribute something like that widely and everywhere?
Well, for the messenger RNA vaccines, they are fragile molecules, so they need to be held at a very, very low temperature. That will likely not, I don't think that's going to be a major barrier once this is broadly available in developed markets with advanced medical systems. Where it becomes a problem is where refrigeration and available capacities in developing countries is going to be much tougher and will take longer. That's why we have 2 of the leading 10 vaccines are using this technology. 8 aren't, and likely won't have those refrigeration restrictions. I suspect some of those will work as well. I'd bet on that, and we'll likely end up with multiple shots on goal with vaccines. In the meantime, none of them will work 100% of the time. And back to the original question, we'll still need medicines like our antibody therapy to help those that will still get sick, hopefully at a much lower rate as we approach something like herd immunity, but you'll still have endemic disease, and we'll need therapies. There's many examples where this is true, including common respiratory viruses like RSV, where we have both vaccination and antibodies. They can go together, but together, I mean, this is in the last 48 hours, we have 2 important developments in the fight against COVID-19. I think the future is looking more certain and brighter for sure.
To build, though, on what John is talking about, there are some practical concerns as all of the pharmaceutical companies try to ramp up production. And I'm wondering, supply chain issues, especially as the pandemic worsens, the idea that all of these different pharmaceutical companies are trying to go for the same thing and probably sourcing some of the same substances, as well as using some of the same staffers. How well can you ramp up production of the antibody therapies to meet demand in the next couple of months?
Well, I wouldn't worry so much about that competition phase where we're competing our ideas. I think once it's clear there are winners, you'll see the industry come together to make product at scale. That's already occurred in the antibody space where Roche and Regeneron, who have a different approach from Lilly's, have teamed up. We've teamed up with Amgen and then also the largest contract manufacturing organizations in the world like Samsung and Fuji to build out that supply base. So I don't think we're wasting material by competing in that way. Of course, antibodies are complicated to make. One of the most complicated medicines we make, and we usually reserve them for severe disease like cancer and autoimmunity. Here we're talking about treating thousands, millions of people potentially with these antibodies. It will strain that system, and we will have scarcity. That's for sure. That's why the FDA, last night when they approved this, really asked doctors to use it in the highest risk patients. That's appropriate. So we use it where it matters most.
Dave, these are serious issues. We have about 30 seconds left, and I'd love for you to do me a favor on just a lighter note. Can you explain the offside rule to Tom Keene in about 20 seconds? Can you do that for us?
Please.
You're talking about in football. Yes, of course. So offsides is when the offensive player is in front of the defensive player prior to the ball being struck. Of course, once the ball's struck, he can run in front. It doesn't matter. That's different from hockey, where the blue line is what matters.
Oh, thank you. That's very
Textbook.
good. David Ricks there, and of course, this is with the support of Eli Lilly to our Olympic Committee, which they've been committed to.
That's true.
John,
Thank you for that. Yeah.
for many years. I still don't get. I think a blue line would solve it. You don't have to make it Manchester City blue. You could just make, like a nice Chelsea blue line, and it would work out, John.
There you go.
I think David Ricks and his kids would like that.
David Ricks gets it. David Ricks of Eli Lilly. Great to catch up. We've got to get Dave back to talk about sport. Therapeutics. Do you get it, Tom? Do you understand it just a little bit more now? From London and New York, this is Bloomberg. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance, and here is the price action this Tuesday morning. We'll do this in absolute terms and relative terms. In absolute terms, the Nasdaq negative, having a little bit of a problem in the last 24 hours. let me emphasize, a big problem. The Nasdaq down by 1.4% in relative terms, really underperforming the small caps in America. You see that against the Russell right now, down by about 2%, up 2% rather, on the Russell. If we switch up the board, yesterday it was about banks. Banks have bid again today. The KBW Banks Index up more than 10%. The why? The curve is steeper. The spread between 2s, 10s getting wider, the widest so far in 2020 of about 77 basis points. This morning, yields up at the long end, curve steeper again, up 3 basis points on 30s, up about 3 basis points on 10s as well. I'll finish quick on the FX market. Dollar weakness, the story of the last week. This morning, just a little bit more nuanced. Euro dollar 118.06. It's pound sterling where you find a bit of strength. Cable, Tom Keene, trading with a 132 handle.
132.38 on cable right now, and I'm really watching 10-year yield going through 0.95 now. To me, that's a big deal. 0.9527, up 3 basis points on the U.S. 10-year yield. To keep things driving forward here on economics, and yes, we do economics, but with everything else folded in, Michael Gapin of Barclays. We spoke to David Ricks from Purdue, and now we migrate to Indiana University and the work of Mr. Gapin and, of course, his public service to the International Monetary Fund. Michael Gapin, when everything is said and done, there's all this hoopla, and then there's the American economy. Does any of this touch the American economy and the grim labor economy that we forecast forward?
Well, it does, but it does probably more next year than this year. I mean, David gave a great interview there with a lot of potential optimism about how we might treat COVID going forward and get to a population immunity as he spoke about treatments as well as vaccines. That's still largely, in most people's eyes, a 2021 story. As he mentioned with the news on Pfizer, there's certainly distribution issues there, but the news is positive, but it's not likely to be, say, influential to the labor market in the next, say, 3 to 6 months. It's more of a, say, 1 to 2 year story. So it feeds what I think is a constructive narrative, but it still means the economy and the labor market need some help in the meantime to bridge to that better scenario. So it may take at least a year or more to get to population immunity.
Then frame your calculation of the stimulus needed if we're subpar right now.
I think we can get by with something in the range that the Senate is talking about if it's targeted to where, say, most economists think it's needed, which would be replacing lost wage and salary income for those who are still unemployed and affected by work outages, as well as aid to state and local governments. I mean, the employment report last week was solid, except for state and local payrolls, which were down 130,000 on the month. We'll have to see if that's a one-off or a trend. If it's a trend, it certainly signals that budget pressures are becoming more acute. So I think in 500 to 750 billion, I think that's enough to bridge the large parts of the economy into the early part of next year when vaccines may be gaining more traction in terms of their effect. So more is probably better than less. I agree with Chair Powell on that front. I think more would be better than less, but I think we could get by something in terms of the size that the Senate is talking about. I think that would work.
In the meantime, Michael, the news yesterday about Pfizer's vaccine was unambiguously good. And what it raises is the specter that we might emerge from the pandemic and that it will lessen the scarring to the labor market. How much of a game changer with respect to long-term unemployment rates was the idea that we could get a vaccine sooner than later and that it would be this effective? And what it raises is
I think for us, we had already been assuming that we would get an approved vaccine by the end of the year, and that tens of millions of Americans, Brits, and Europeans would all be getting vaccinated by the middle of next year. So that it confirms that timeline. But I think to your point, the real news in that, in terms of the potential upside, was that 90% effectiveness. If that bears out in the subsequent data, then it's a much more effective vaccine. So there is scarring going on in labor markets. The share of long-term unemployed continues to rise, but I would say that it would help to minimize scarring. I would say right now the number of long-term unemployed is still about half what it was coming out of 08, 09. So it is a problem, but at the moment it's less acute than it was following the global financial crisis, and I think a vaccine could help minimize that going forward.
Michael, let's go with a better 2021 and think about the Fed's new framework and how powerful you think that reaction function shift will be as things pick up in the back half of next year. Put that to work for us. How powerful do you think that will be?
I think it right now. I feel like the Fed is third in this. I think it's in terms of the outlook and how to think about things. I think number one, it's medical advancement. Two, it's fiscal policy, and then three, it's the Fed. I think the Fed needs these other policy components to gain traction. So I think we need an effective vaccine. We need fiscal stimulus to provide a bridge. Excuse me. Then I think the Fed's accommodative stance and willingness to overshoot, or at least want to generate an overshoot, I think that reaction function then gains a lot of traction. If we don't get fiscal, if the vaccine turns out to be not all that effective and is more of a letdown, I'm not sure the Fed alone has ammunition.
So, Michael, this is a big question for January in the Georgia runoff then. Is your outlook predicated to some degree on what happens down in one state with the Senate runoffs?
It's not so much. I mean, we only assumed $500 billion in additional federal spending in our baseline. I think we went into the election thinking the Senate indeed was a coin toss. So we were not penciling in $2 and $3 trillion spending packages. I think if the Democrats do take both Senate seats, you've got upside relative to our estimates, but I think that's a fairly low likelihood outcome at this point. So for us, I think that's not as critical. I think for other parts of the progressive agenda, certainly it would be more critical, but I wouldn't say that that's a primary concern in how we see the economy going forward. I still think it's number one, it's about the vaccine. Two, do we get something out of fiscal? I think that happens either way, regardless of the Georgia or Senate cases. And then three, I think we know that that's a reaction function.
What is the true unemployment rate, Michael?
Probably a few percentage points higher. So I think U6 is a more accurate reflection of where the labor market stands. There, I'm certainly taking into account that participation rates are several percentage points below where they were in pre-pandemic times. So 6.9 on U3 is great, but I would give a nod to something more like in the 7 to 8 to 9% range. I think obviously we want the unemployment rate to get back down below 4, but we also need to get participation back higher where it was prior to the pandemic. So I would look more to U6 than to U3.
Michael, I remember a time when we actually looked at the virus counts and when we would see that the pandemic would be worsening, people would get nervous and they would say that would affect the labor market. And now people are saying it doesn't matter because we're going to have a cure and it's going to be great. But how much does it matter, the fact that we are having a worsening pandemic and the prospect for more restrictive policies in the U.S.? How much could that shape the next couple of months economically?
So I think it does matter, and I would hope that we haven't given the implication that that it doesn't matter for labor markets. I think the assumption that most of us are making is that although COVID cases are rising, we think it's unlikely that states will resort to widespread lockdowns again like we had last spring. I think the data has shown that you can get close to lockdown mitigation effects if we do things like testing and tracing, wear masks, and have restraints on higher risk activities like restaurants, bars, and indoor activities. So I think that's our assumption, is that we're not going back to locking down economies and halting manufacturing production and not producing autos. I think that's the key we're making. So it will have a dampening effect. I think there's no question about that. States, you can see what's happening in Utah, for example. That's likely to get replicated where restrictions increase. That will provide a break on activity. It's just that right now momentum is pretty strong in the economy, and so I think it'll provide a break on activity, but it doesn't change the direction of where we're going. That's the bet we're making right now.
Michael, great to catch up. Stay safe. Michael Gapin there, Barclays chief U.S. economist. Let's work through this just quickly, guys. Lisa, I think you raise a really important point, namely on adherence to these restrictions over the next several months. I was listening in to the news conference with Prime Minister Boris Johnson yesterday, and he responded to the new vaccine improvement, and you could hear the cautious tone in his voice. There was optimism about 2021. But Lisa, it was more about the next several months and the belief that perhaps some parts of the population would say, you know what, great, vaccine on the horizon, we don't have to do this anymore. That's the concern going deeper into winter.
You can hear all of the politicians, all of the policymakers trying to thread this needle. The idea, yes, we want to give people hope, but not too much. Don't get too excited, because we're all sick of it, John. I mean, the reality is nobody wants to keep socially distancing and wearing masks and not being able to travel, and you can feel it when you go on the streets. I don't know about in London, but in New York, I know, you go around and people are not always wearing masks. Generally, they are, but they're closer together. There's a feeling of letting up the pressure, and that could lead to a pretty rough winter.
Well, to apply this to markets, Tom, I think there's a psychological bias to buy stocks, to have that rotation. I was talking to Guy Johnson. He'll be on air in a couple of hours' time on Bloomberg.
And when you're done,
Guy and I were talking about that. The bias to buy. The bias because everyone wants this over. The bias around this narrative, this rotation. Psychologically, Tom, it's one everyone wants to see work.
There's a wall of money. There's no question about it. Talking to the Lieutenant Governor of New York, you see the emergency in Western New York and how things have shifted over 2 weeks. What Michael Gapin just said, John, I just think is absolutely profound. We don't know where the unemployment rate is. We got a 6.9% statistic. And, well, you know what? The U6 is 12.1%. That gap, I don't know where the unemployment rate is, John, but Michael Gapin, this is to me the headline of the moment for America, for President-elect Biden, and frankly for President Trump. That gap is ginormous.
Yeah, the headlines that we talk about on the first Friday of each month are not the headlines that a lot of Americans are living with across much of the country. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Ravitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. I'll be running away to another property in about 15 minutes' time. From London and New York this morning. Good morning. The Open coming up shortly on Bloomberg TV, and radio. Much more of Bloomberg surveillance. With S&P 500 futures down 14, we're negative 0.4%. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has given President Trump cover for challenging election returns. McConnell says the president is within his rights and has no obligation to accept projections based on vote counts that Joe Biden won. McConnell and other Republican leaders in Congress haven't congratulated Biden since news media called the election in his favor on Saturday. Obamacare returns to the Supreme Court today. Justices will hear arguments over whether the Affordable Care Act is constitutional. The Trump administration and conservative states argue that it's not. They say the entire law was rendered unconstitutional when Congress eliminated the penalty on those who remained uninsured. If the majority conservative court agrees, more than 20 million Americans could be left uninsured. U.S. regulators could give the Boeing 737 MAX the okay to resume commercial service as soon as next week. The FAA is finalizing their review of fixes to the aircraft. Boeing's best-selling jet has been grounded since March of 2019 following 2 fatal crashes. And in Peru, President Martin Vizcarra has been surprisingly booted from office. The country's Congress overwhelmingly voted to impeach him over allegations of corruption. Vizcarra said he won't challenge the vote through legal channels. The head of the Peruvian Congress will become the interim president. Peru has been recovering from one of the world's deepest recessions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
With this particular vaccine, no corners were cut. We followed this tried and true methodology that has worked so well for us in the past and continues to deliver really superior and safe products. What's really been quick here has been that we undertook the manufacturing in parallel.
John Burkhardt of Pfizer, of course, working on drug safety there. We welcome all of you on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. We've been doing a lot today, maybe the most ever, on the pandemic, on the virus, the vaccines, and the antibody treatments to come. We finished strong in this hour. Lisa Bramowitz and Tom Keene with Deborah Fuller from the University of Washington School of Medicine and Microbiology. And one of the great things of Deborah Fuller is when she wanders down to the undergraduates, comes out of the rarefied air of the Fuller Lab at Washington State, and speaks to fundamentals of microbiology 410. That's the gut course at one of our great esteemed programs on microbiology. Dr. Fuller explained the difference yesterday between a vaccine and an antibody treatment. They're really in two separate worlds, aren't they?
They are. Vaccines are really designed to protect you from infection, and the antibodies are designed, the preformed antibodies are designed to treat an existing infection, and that's the key difference between the two.
Is an antibody treatment a la Lilly and others, is that simply a path to get to the vaccine? And if so, when do we get to the vaccine?
What's important about the antibody treatments is it provided some insight into what a vaccine might need to do. If the antibody treatments are able to help mitigate disease in people already infected, they are really based on the types of immune responses that we're designing our vaccines to induce. So the success with these antibody treatments provided insight and optimism that a vaccine that induces the same types of immune responses would also be effective.
I love that, Dr. Fuller, I love that Tom asks about the bacterial versus the viral response. I just want to know, based on what we saw yesterday, based on the news out of Pfizer, how close are we to the end of this pandemic?
That's a great question. With Pfizer's release of their preliminary data at 90% efficacy, that's really promising. That means they should be in a position to get emergency use authorization before the end of this year, and you may see the limited rollout of their vaccine in December. And then they would be in a position to complete the study. They haven't quite completed it yet, so this is preliminary data, and they'll continue to monitor the events and assuming the efficacy holds up. That's we don't know that for sure. It may go down, but even if it goes down and the efficacy stays, above that 50% mark, which I would expect it would given their preliminary data, we could see a more widespread rollout of the vaccine by early spring.
Okay, does this mean basically that by early spring we could start not wearing masks and people could start traveling and life gets back to normal?
That's not true. What's going to happen is really going to take time to distribute this vaccine and it's going to require really a widespread vaccination campaign. We're going to take time to be able to get enough people immunized in the population where we're going to start to get the levels of immunity that can slow the pandemic down. And during that period of time, we're going to have to continue to practice the social distancing and wear our masks. We also, we're pretty sure that that it's not really going to take one vaccine. You're going to start to see other vaccines that are in their late stages of development also begin to roll out. So Pfizer's announcement is promising to those vaccines, too, because they're designed to induce the same types of immune responses, and their earlier data suggests that they should be able to achieve similar immunity. It's really going to take a team of vaccines to really immunize billions of people worldwide, and we're going to need that time to continue to wear a mask and social distance. But we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel there, and I can hope.
Deborah, a social question away from your esteemed medical skills. When we get a vaccine, what are we going to do? Tell people by a wristband or a tattoo or whatever that we had it? I mean, how does that work when you roll it out? A social question.
Well, just like other vaccines that we take in the population, it becomes part of our medical record, and that information can be, anonymously shared with public health officials in every state and community, and they can begin to document the rate of vaccination in communities worldwide.
Deborah Fuller, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. The University of Washington. Just thank you so much today. So at least I thought today our work on the pandemic was just extraordinary. Our team maybe had their best day ever. Just killed it.
Well, this is the story of the day, right? I mean, if we can end the pandemic, then we can go back to the airplanes, or you can go back to the to AMC, which is absolutely on fire, and that's what you're seeing in the stock market with the rotation continuing. And yet, there is a question: how much daylight is there between now and the reality of the pandemic and the end?
Yeah, but I thought, Lisa, what we got out of all these different interviews is the market's way out in front of this, society's way out in front of this, and it's sometime out in 2021, to be polite. Markets have moved here, red and green on the screen, still, bank stocks still doing well, some of the action still there from yesterday. But Lisa, I got to go to the 10-year yield. Now, granted, it had a spike up yesterday. On the surveillance cursor, I can tell you, at 10:22 yesterday, the 10-year got up to 0.97%. Other than that, Lisa, we are up to new yield here with a higher yield and lower bond prices.
Yeah, we're getting close to that 1% threshold. Again, 1% 10-year Treasury yields, not exactly a really high yield or expensive borrowing cost, but still the highest levels that we've seen since March. I find interesting how much this may be what's fueling the risk-off feel that we're seeing in the Nasdaq today. The idea that if you start getting higher yields, all of a sudden you can't justify the sky-high valuations in some of the stocks that have been perceived as the havens. And how much is that going to be the driving narrative in the weeks to come, Tom?
I'd like to talk to Chris Verone about this. We haven't done that yet, but that'll be interesting to see how much of the cyclical pop that we saw yesterday, the small cap pop, was just a bounce off the proverbial bottom, and then where do we go from that as well. I've got an eventful day here. Lisa, help me here with a data check right now. I'm watching yen 105.31 stasis, but nevertheless weaker yen. What's a single thing you're watching, Lisa?
Well, I mean, the dollar has been the story, right? And today's a much more nuanced story. As John was talking about, it had been dollar weakness. We're not necessarily seeing that today. Again, are we getting risk on or risk off? The narrative is not neat today, and I think that's important. Yeah. People are nuanced, which makes me wonder how much, to your point earlier, how much is this people just getting stopped out of their positions, and how much are people rethinking the reflation trade as having legs, and that's what we will be seeing in the next couple of days.
Let's remember, we're rethinking here with VIX 25 and Dow Jones Industrial Average Futures 29,210, about 800 points from that momentary print of 30,000 on Dow Futures that we saw yesterday. It's a fun day for Michael McKee and myself. The president of the Dallas Fed, Robert Kaplan, we will have a number of important interviews. McKee will do a smarter interview than me. Mike McKee will do that for Bloomberg. And then I will be joined by Robert Kaplan at the Council on Foreign Relations for a longer, broader interview as well. Please stay with us through the day. Mid-morning with John Farrow next.
So do you get tired of people calling you a jazz legend? Do you feel older when they say that to you?
Yeah, I like the word jazz. I don't like the legend.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed. It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now, 30 minutes away from the opening bell, with S&P 500 futures negative, but Russell futures still flying. We begin with the big issue, a rotation for the ages.
stocks where they were boosted up.
Sector rotation as a result of this vaccine news.
From defensives to cyclicals.
People to feel more comfortable about the reopening trades.
That rotation already taken place.
Cyclical sectors should start to get bid more seriously.
We have this perfect storm around some clarity.
We're at just the beginning of the move from growth to value.
Continued investment into some of these more value perceived names.
There's definitely going to be some rotation, internal rotation at that over the next couple days.
The vaccine news most certainly helps.
I expect some of these outperformers to really rip, the reopening trades in particular.
Kate Moore of BlackRock at the end there on this equity market. As we roll over on the S&P, we roll up again on the Russell futures contract. It's been a story of buy stocks, ask questions later. This was Citi on the vaccine development, catalyzing a rogue wave of rotational optimism across global bond curves and risk assets alike. That said, there's a great deficit of information we're facing when analysing a post-vaccine landscape with plenty of room for disappointment. On this story, I want to bring in Sarah Ponczek for more. Good morning to you, Sarah.
Good morning to you, John. A rotation for the record books. We've heard this was coming since September. Last week, there were doubts with tech once again taking the lead. But yesterday, it just all came crashing back. Small caps, value, your reopening trade. We can view this through the lens of a couple of smart beta ETFs. As you can see on the green side of the equation yesterday, a Spider S&P dividend ETF. Notable, though, the makeup of this. The top two holdings are energy stocks. Energy yesterday up 14%. The highest sector weighting here is also financials, up 8% yesterday. Value really just surged yesterday. On the opposite side of that, we have growth lower. We have momentum lower. In fact, a long-short portfolio of momentum tracked by Bloomberg yesterday was down more than 12%. Of course, size was also a factor here. On the large cap space, if you look at the equal weight version of the S&P 500, it had its best day on record relative to the market weight version of the S&P 500. So those smaller stocks within the large cap space really did much of the heavy lifting, as you can see here. Also, you look at the Russell 2000 versus the Nasdaq 100 to look at small caps versus mega caps. Second best day on record for the Russell 2000. And this is just playing out once again this morning. Russell 2000 futures higher this morning, up 1.5%. Meanwhile, as you can see here, Nasdaq futures once again lower by more than 1%. S&P futures are being dragged lower, albeit modestly too, down 0.3%. Meanwhile, I mentioned the Russell 2000 higher, but rest of world's assets are higher too. European equities, also Asia Pacific equities too, John.
Sarah, this is the question of the moment, whether yesterday was just about a catch-up trade or the start of something more durable. From the people you speak to, what are they saying right now?
A lot of people do seem to believe in this. We were looking for something different this time around. Well, if we do get true vaccine news, this is a new addition to the equation. The idea that if you actually have a vaccine that is going to be distributed, well, that could get us back to normalcy sooner rather than later. However, there is still a very large question mark. How long does it take to get this finally approved? And then how long does it take for it to actually be fully distributed, John?
Sarah Ponczek, the latest on the price action. I want to check in on equity futures just quickly. This has been the story of yesterday, 27 minutes out from the opening bow. Just a flavour of the same thing. The Nasdaq underperforming, much more so relative to the Russell. Russell futures up by 1.5%, the Nasdaq down by 1.29%. I keep asking the same question. Is it a squeeze? Is it something more durable, a trend that will build over time? This is what BMO's Brian Bowski has to say, recommending investments in both value and growth. He writes the following: the strength of the U.S. economy remains the consumer. Focus on what they're buying. Communications, services, technology, online retail, and select lifestyle discretionary. For exposure to a potential cyclical rebound, focus on financials, consumer discretionary, and technology rather than energy and industrials. Brian joins us now for more. Brian, let's just start right there. Your response, please, to the last 24 hours, and we'll build from there.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having us. If you don't think yesterday was a momentum trade, it was. Momentum works in both directions, and we've been waiting for this big value move. Everybody's been trying to make this value call or the cyclical call or small cap call. Well, they got it yesterday. And obviously, it's wonderful news on the Pfizer and the Lilly, and it's fantastic. And the market clearly was exuberant about it. I'm not trying to be Johnny Raincloud, but it's going to continue to be a process in terms of how we roll out these drugs and how we kind of get back into regular living. In the meantime, you know, the market, society has done a great job learning how to coexist with the virus. I don't think the market is as easy as a growth or value or a small versus large cap. This business of investing is not easy, Jonathan, and anytime that people think it's easy, I think they're going to get smacked around. That's what typically happens. So again, from a fundamental perspective, looking out longer term, the stay-at-home stocks, and many of them are still some of the fundamentally strongest companies in the world. And we don't know what kind of lockdown procedure is going to happen under a Biden administration. We don't know how bad the COVID is going to become over the next few months. Obviously, it was a great day yesterday for all of the market. One of the most important things that Sarah Ponsek said during her preamble was the equal weighted S&P 500 in terms of the performance. That is very important in terms of the broader performance of the market from a fundamental perspective. We continue to say that, and we've said it on air with you as early as August, that the second half of 2021 is really going to be the true test on when fundamentals from a broader perspective really begin to improve.
So, Brian, to be clear, you've come on this program several times in the last couple of months, 36.50 year end, next 12 months, 38.50. We can talk about the price targets in a moment, but you were bullish at the index level. And, Brian, I want to talk about that. Is this a story you can continue to play through the index, or are you still suggesting to go all the way down to single stock level stories?
It's a great question, and I think yesterday was a fantastic example of that, Jonathan. Think about when retail stocks were rallying, and a lot of these retail stocks have been dramatically underperforming. You have a concept like Ross Stores versus TJ Maxx. You know, our bet, we're making bet in the portfolios that we run for BMO on TJ Maxx, exquisitely run store. You don't have to own both, we don't think. We want to own one, and that's really the true essence of buying stocks versus ETFs. Same thing with respect to financials, Jonathan. If you think about the fundamental construct of the financial sector, you want to buy themes, scalable themes, whether or not it's BlackRock, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, versus some of the regional banks, quite frankly, that in this lower for longer interest rate environment will be challenged in terms of net interest margin. So you want to buy scalable assets. So again, it speaks to this notion of being a stock picker. And oh, by the way, in March when we made our call that March 23rd kind of kicked off the second half of the bull market, we said that leadership in terms of investing would be stock picking. Not indexing, not quant, not macro, but stock picking. And so from a fundamental perspective, we think that is very bullish for U.S. stocks.
So, Brian, I want to pick a sector and work through this with you and just work through your process for our whole audience and just bring up the financials again. What you said there on the banks, I think, is really, really important. Yesterday, what we had was a catch-up trade. KBW Banks Index to the moon, a rocket ship off the back of a steeper yield curve. But to your point, for that to be a durable trade, you need to believe that that's not just one day's price action in the Treasury market, that turns into a quarter, into a year of a steeper curve and higher rates. The Fed, for most people, isn't going anywhere for a long, long time. So as you look at the banks this morning again, Brian, the big names up again, the likes of Citi, the likes of Goldman, just muted moves. Compare the big names to the regionals and help us get a little bit more selective.
You really set that up beautifully. So if you want to buy an ETF to diffuse your risk, that's fine. But remember, as I said in the beginning, momentum works in both directions. And if there is a risk of things beginning to lock down again, the ETF is going to be sold hard. But as things begin to recover again, you have to rely on fundamentals. So as the quarters unfold here, you look at a bank like Bank of America or even some of the Canadian banks that have multiple asset divisions, whether or not it's wealth management or capital markets or the commercial bank, we're going to see stronger quarter-by-quarter results versus the regional banks, of course, which just really focus more on commercial loans or personal loans. And in this lower interest rate environment, clearly our great economic team believe that we're not going to see anything until 2024, perhaps, in terms of the Fed changing their stripes. So the yield curve is going to be important, but the yield curve can move in both directions. We saw the big move to the upside yesterday, but it can come back down again, and that's going to hurt the more net interest margin sensitive banks like the regional. So that's why we like the big money center banks and the brokers and the asset managers.
Brian, final question for me, just on the year-end and 12-month targets that you have. As I mentioned before, they're unchanged, 36.50, 38.50 year-end and 12-month targets for BMO. Brian, can you tell me then, nothing about the outlook for you changed in the last 24 hours? Is that a fair characterization of where you're sitting right now?
Well, I think we don't best for one day, number one. We changed our targets in August, so we've been able to capture this upside. Is our 3650 target too low for year-end? Probably. Are we going to adjust it with 2 months to go? No, I think that's more of a mathematical game. But we still think the bottom line is a year from now, stocks are higher. 5 years from now, stocks are higher. We still think we're in a big 20-year bull market, and the second half began this year.
I didn't expect you to change the call on the program. Brian, it's great to catch up as always. Come back soon. Brian Bowski there, a beam on this market. This equity market, the trend from yesterday continues just a little bit. It's a flavour of it. The Russell still climbing, the Nasdaq still falling. On the action of this morning, let's bring in for the first time this hour at the market desk, Abigail Doolittle.
Good morning to you, John. And it's interesting because we're actually seeing some of the reopening rotation from yesterday fading as we move closer to the opening. As we take a look at some of the pre-market movers, the airlines, the cruise lines earlier had been higher. Huge moves up yesterday on the possibility of the economy and travel and leisure starting sooner rather than later. But now we have American Airlines down 2.6%. They're actually taking advantage of yesterday's stock surge and doing a stock offering. Norwegian Cruise Lines is down. Interestingly, ExxonMobil had been higher earlier with oil, now down 0.9%. The banks, though, as you and Brian were just talking about, still getting a bid, a more modest bid, as the yield curve does steepen for a second day. Let's see whether that trend continue. Where the pain really is, not surprisingly, with the Nasdaq futures down more, we have Amazon down once again, Microsoft being taken down with Amazon. Beyond Meat, also a big drag on the Nasdaq this morning. Interestingly, they missed estimates because folks are no longer stockpiling around the virus. Let's see if that changes as the virus seems to really be reemerging here. And then finally, Zoom, another stay-at-home winner, not so much today. So we have shades of the reopening rotation working today, but just certainly much more muted than yesterday as those stay-at-home stocks still lots of pain, John.
Abigail, thank you. Much more from Abigail through the hour. Coming up on this program, the U.S. reporting another record number of new COVID cases, prompting governors to scale back reopening plans. That conversation up next with Nuveen's chief investment strategist, Brian Nick. From London and New York this morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
ETF IQ Europe.
Masks do not negatively affect our economy, and wearing them is the easiest way to slow the spread of the virus.
We need to change our mindsets.
We cannot afford to debate this issue any longer.
This is not forever and always.
We'll see some counties moving backwards, not forwards.
We have to shake off the pandemic fatigue that I know we all feel.
We may get over exuberant because now we believe we have a safe and effective vaccine.
We basically have a 6-month window to beat the fatigue back and beat the virus into the ground.
Do not take your guard down.
State leaders expressing growing concern after the United States reports another record number of fresh COVID cases. Governors across the country introducing new measures to contain the spread, with California and New York preparing to scale back reopenings. I want to bring in Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee now for more. Good morning, Mike. News was good yesterday. The next couple of months is still going to be tough.
Yeah, I'll let the audience in on a little secret. Whenever the news starts to be good, John calls on me to be the wet blanket. We do have a lot of concern about where this is all going. Joe Biden said yesterday we're looking for a long, dark winter, and that is probably true. The U.S. reported a record number of cases again yesterday, the 5th straight day, with more than 100,000 new infections. We appear poised to hit record hospitalizations later this week. As you mentioned, states are starting to cut back on businesses. New Jersey and Massachusetts impose restaurant curfews. The California governor, you heard, is talking about various counties taking steps back. We're seeing in the past couple of weeks that activity is slowing down, mobility slowing down. The open table numbers, restaurant reservations are falling back, which brings the jobless claims numbers back front and center, perhaps. I know you love that one, John. It might be something of a real-time indicator of where the economy is. If businesses have to shut back, we may see more claims. The Fed last night, in its semi-annual financial stability report, suggests there are reasons to be concerned about the economy if we continue to see this kind of bad news. Uncertainty remains high, and investor risk sentiment could shift swiftly should the economic recovery prove less promising or progress on containing the virus disappoint. Some segments of the economy, such as energy as well as travel and hospitality, particularly vulnerable to a prolonged pandemic. I just finished talking with Robert Kaplan, the head of the Dallas Fed, and he said all of that is correct. The Fed is continuing to look at what it can do, but it would help to have additional stimulus. And it would also help to wear masks, socially distance. We'll hear from Joe Biden again today on the issue, but the person we're really waiting for is Mitch McConnell. The stimulus bill still stalled. They've generally agreed on more PPP, unemployment, and trying to get some sort of education aid, but the liability shield and aid to states and locals is a concern, so we wait to see if Washington responds.
I like President Kaplan just a little bit more for speaking to you first, Mike, and Tom Keene second. I mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure Tom's too happy. At least on the outside, he says this is what he expects, but I'm not sure he's happy. Mike, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Nuving's Brian Nick saying the vaccine remains the key to markets. He writes the following: the ultimate stimulus in 2021 would be the arrival of one or more effective COVID vaccines. Such a vaccine and the return to normal life it represents would be the ultimate economic stimulus, not just for the United States, but for the entire world. I think we all share that sentiment. Brian joins us right now. Brian, are you a buyer of this durable rotation?
Not necessarily. I think we've seen it a couple times in the last couple of sessions where there's been sort of a one-off risk event that's passed. First, the election, where we got that pop in healthcare stocks the day after, given that it was going to be divided government. And then yesterday, the news of the successful vaccine trials from Pfizer. I think we need to wait and see just how much the economy is going to be able to ramp up. I think we have this very optimistic view that by this time next year, things will be largely back to normal because of the vaccine. But between now and then, it's going to be very tough sledding for the economy. The markets can decouple from that. We can get a rotation into cyclicals. We can get a little bit of an outperformance from value. But it's all perspective, because right now, we're still in pretty dire straits with what we're expecting to see over the next couple of months for the economy. And that may put a damper on investors' risk appetites.
Well, that's the issue, Brian. This market's living in the second half of 2021. For everyone else, we've got to work through the next couple of months, and the next couple of months is going to be difficult. That can really shake up sentiment in many ways through winter, through Q4, into Q1 21. I worked through the financials a little bit earlier with Brian Bowski of BMO. Brian, I'd love to touch on the treasuries with you. Just quickly, 2s, 10s, 30s, 10s and 30s selling off again today. Yields are higher. We're talking about that durability in the equity market. Can you talk to me about how durable you think this move in the bond market will or won't be? Because quite clearly, we've added a lot of debt to this economy, and I'm trying to understand our tolerance for higher interest rates.
For sure. And if you think about it as a supply and demand dynamic, supply is going way up. Demand has had to have gone up just as much, if not more, to keep treasuries at the prices they're at. I think the move that we've seen in longer term rates is durable, because I think what we've really seen over the last week is not so much an improvement in the base case. I think people did expect a vaccine in the second half of next year, but I think we've seen a reduction in the bands of uncertainty around that base case. And that's one of the things that leads people to own treasuries. When they're really uncertain, they want to get into those safer assets. They feel like they can be a hedge against risk elsewhere in their portfolios. And if there's less uncertainty with regard to the election, the policy outlook, or the arrival of a vaccine, there's going to be less demand for those treasuries. And I take your point. We're only looking at creating more and more of those treasuries over the next certainly 12 months, and I'd say beyond that as well. So supply is going up. Whether demand continues to meet it, I think, remains to be seen. And there is a risk, and we're actually talking about it this week at our Global Investment Committee meeting. Is there a risk, an upside risk of somewhat higher inflation or just a much steeper yield curve next year that forces the Fed to think about new policy measures?
Well, let's play around with this word, risk, Brian. Clearly, several months ago, risk was somewhere else. In the last 24 hours, risk was where the perceived safety was several months ago. Big tech, treasuries. Can you speak to that, Brian? How much risk do you think there's still left even after a massive repricing? Risk, Brian.
So in terms of the technology being sort of the defensive work-from-home trade, I think that there's a little bit of that unwinding going on. Again, as we look toward more certainty to a renormalization next year. But we're looking at, long-term, 5 years, 10 years. A lot of these technology companies, they weren't relying coming into this on the idea that there was going to be a pandemic and a work-from-home environment. They were relying on just the strong secular growth, move to more online sales, online shopping. So we think those secular trends are still there, and that is not a sector that's under grave threat of a massive reversal. Treasuries, I think, similarly, we're in this lower for longer interest rate period. There's a huge amount of demand out there from U.S. and international investors for owning high quality assets. There's a limited number of those assets, so we don't think we're going to see the 10-year Treasury at 1.5% anytime soon. Certainly not 2.5%, 3%. Which would be, historically low levels, but we don't see it getting back there, even with a return to normal in the economy next year.
Brian, we've got 30 seconds left. Final question from me. It's a version of something I asked yesterday. I'll ask it of you. What do you think the biggest difference is in the post-COVID world compared to the pre-COVID world?
I think a lot of habits that people have gotten into are going to be there to stick. So we had a forecast for online sales in the United States for 2025. We hit that target in the middle of 2020 because of the pandemic. I don't see it clawing back and people moving back into necessarily brick and mortar retail. So I think the trends that were with us that accelerated during the crisis, maybe people be a little bit more flexible with their work from home arrangements, people doing more shopping online. I think those are the durable changes, and they really just brought forward where we thought we were going anyway. So those trends are just going to continue to remain accelerated from where we
Order
thought.
canceled.
Brian, I'm looking forward to having you back in the studio with me at some point in 2021, and let's hope it's not too long. Brian Nick there of Nuvi. Up next on this programme, the Alice action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls. Then later, John Hancock's Matt Miskin joins us for the opening bow. The cyclical tilt continuing, the euphoria taking just a little bit of a breather. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg. Big tech underperforming once again this morning. Good morning to you all. That would be a key feature of the conversation around the opening bell. Equity futures on the S&P down about 1/3%. Here are the morning calls to look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin with D.A. Davidson upgrading Wayfair to a buy, a 280 price target. The analyst citing an attractive valuation after recent vaccine development sparked a 22% sell-off on Monday. Next up, the B of A downgrading Ralph Lauren to neutral, a $90 price target. The analyst expecting a slow sales recovery with COVID-related headwinds fueling inconsistent demand. And the third and final call from UBS, upgrading Beyond Meat to neutral with a 107 price target. The analyst seeing a more balanced risk-reward with COVID challenges and headwinds now priced into shares. That stock taking an absolute beating this morning, down more than 22%. Up next on this program, it's the calm after the euphoric storm. That conversation up next with John Hancock's Matt Miskett. From London and New York this morning, the cash open up next. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
And that is certainly something.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
And what does that mean?
Took off the Dow from the market check because we're better than that. I wanted to show you the picture of this equity market going into the opening bell in New York City. Nasdaq futures underperforming, outperforming the Russell. It's about where you're positioned in this equity market. It's about the rotation. Will that trend continue? There's your opening bell. Get straight to foreign exchange. Switch up the board. Euro dollar with a nice little lift. Euro dollar 118.24. The news out of Europe, the EU, clearing that hurdle to unlock that 1.8 trillion euro budget. That's stimulus. That's good news out of the continent in the Eurozone. We'll talk about that in just a moment. I want to work through the price action. We'll get to the tech story, then get to the regional story, and get to Europe as well. Right now in the bond market, yields higher by 4-5 basis points on a 10-year to about 97 basis points. That's the new line in the sand, the upper end of the trading range on a 10-year Treasury in the last 5-6 months. And in the commodity market, we breathed some life into the commodity trade in the last couple of days. $41 almost on WTI, up another 1.7%. That's the cross-asset price action. Let's get the movers at the opening bell at the market desk. Here's Abigail.
John, well, with those huge divergences, the Nasdaq down sharply, the Russell 2000 up sharply. Let's start out with the pain, and that has everything to do with big tech, and that was the pain yesterday. Amazon really led the way, the stay-at-home trade falling apart yesterday. Then the sentiment around Amazon led to a somewhat ugly close for the tech trade yesterday, with Apple and Microsoft following suit. That is the case today, although you see Apple off the lows. Alphabet also sharply lower. Facebook not on this board, also sharply lower. The problem here, as you know, John, this board right here represents more than 20% of the S&P 500, more than 40% of the Nasdaq 100. So the sentiment really is negative around it. The optics of the world's biggest companies sliding, even if it's for a good reason, the possibility of a reopening happening sooner just doesn't work well for the market. So that is why the Nasdaq 100 is down so sharply. As for what's working on an individual basis, the top sectors, of course, energy, materials, and financials. But we have some big healthcare winners once again. Pfizer up for a second day in a row, up 2.5%. Of course, around that vaccine possibility with 90% efficacy in an early study. BioNTech is once again rallying its partner. We also have Moderna rallying, another vaccine possibility company. And then Eli Lilly, of course, its antibody therapy was granted emergency use authorization. That stock is up. So we do have some virus winners once again, John, here on the open.
Abigail, thank you. 2 minutes into the session. Here's a picture of the market then. The S&P 500 unchanged, outperforming, top of the pile. I usually say bottom of the pile, but top of the pile today. Energy once again. Financials in there too, up 0.9%. That steeper yield curve really helping out the banks. There was Brian Baskett BMO mentioned earlier on the program. What's durable here? What's the squeeze? What's the catch-up trade? They're questions we'll ask over the coming days this week as we continue to see this rotation play out. That's the story at the sector level on the S&P 500. News out of Europe. I mentioned it once, I'll mention it twice. Clearing that hurdle to unlock 1.8 trillion euros of stimulus. That budget getting the green light. That's good news for Europe, and good news for a man who I know has long Europe. TPW's Jay Pawlowski. He was weighing in on the rotation into value recently, warning there could be more pain ahead for the tech sector.
Stimulus plus a vaccine equals higher interest rates, which are kryptonite for technology. A vaccine completely eliminates the work from home, hurts technology stocks because of what it does to the valuation. As interest rates go up, tech valuations go down because of cash flow issues.
For more on this, let's bring in Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Well, let's take a closer look at that pain in big tech specifically. The leaders for much of 2020 quickly becoming the laggards, as Abigail and you have mentioned. The Nasdaq 100, the relative underperformer in yesterday's session, falling 2% on a day where the other equity benchmarks ended higher. And if you take a look at the longer-term view of that index, which of course holds the largest of large-cap tech, yes, it is up around 35% on a year-to-date basis. But take a look at the right end of this chart. You can see a potential triple top pattern forming. It did hit a record in early September, followed by a steep sell-off, another rally and reversal in October. And should the declines we saw yesterday and are continuing today continue, that could signal that we have reached that third top, and there could be more pain to come for that index, as Jay Pawlowski was just alluding to. And I want to go back to yesterday's session for just a moment, because it wasn't just the underperformance that was notable, but the margin of underperformance. The Nasdaq 100 lagged small caps, the Russell 2000, by nearly 6% in the Monday session. That was the most it has trailed those small caps in any trading day all the way back to July of 2002. And once again, it is small caps leading early on this morning. The narrative here being that cyclical stocks will benefit from a vaccine, and the safety of big tech is no longer needed. And you saw that play out in yesterday's session, when many of the stay-at-home stocks that have enjoyed so much popularity this year saw major declines. A number of them have more than doubled in 2020 due to the pandemic, but stocks like Etsy, Zoom, Wayfair, and of course Quibel, which is a COVID test maker, all fell in the range of 20 to even 28%. The rallies these stocks have seen called into question as investors wonder if an end to the pandemic will really damage their growth and think maybe it's time to take some profits, John.
Kelly Lige, thank you. Kelly, working through the sector rotation, the style story in the United States. More broadly, we've got to think about a global story as well, regionally. Yesterday, Spain was absolutely flying. France flying. Germany flying. The Spanish equity market was up by 8.5% at the close yesterday. Just unreal. And better news out of Europe in the last 5 minutes as well, with the EU just taking another step towards unlocking that stimulus plan. What does that do for the market? Euro-dollar with just a little bit of a lift. Nothing big, nothing major, just slightly positive on the day. Euro-dollar out to 118.15. Global markets, where do you want to be positioned? Away from the United States, towards Europe, where it's been beaten up. Lockdowns in France, Germany, the UK as well. Let's bring in Scarlett Fu for more. Morning, Scarlett.
Good morning, John. Yeah, today's price action really shows that we've shifted into some kind of consolidation mode and looking for some of those beaten up sectors and regions. And there's a lot of gains to consolidate in November, especially in financials and energy names around the world. You look at Europe, banks and insurers and energy stocks are up at least 20% this month, leading the stock 600. And you can see the stock 600 taking the lead there. The latest news out of the EU moving closer to stimulus is extra fuel for those cyclicals. In the U.S., energy, financials, industrials, materials are each up about 10%, ditto in Asia. Now, one reason why Europe is outperforming the rest of the world is because of its relative underweight in technology, its relative small technology sector versus the rest of the world. Tech makes up less than 7% of Europe's market cap. The biggest tech name in Europe is SAP with a market cap of $145 billion. That puts it on par with Texas Instruments and is smaller than the 19 biggest names in the Nasdaq 100. You can see Asia gets about 16% of its value from tech and the S&P 500 more than a quarter. Now, of course, here in the U.S., the Nasdaq 100 continues to be a source of funds for bidding up those beaten up cyclicals. We mentioned energy, financials, also travel names, retailers, REITs, and small caps overall. The negative headlines as well from Asia and Europe cracking down on big tech also hurts that play. You've got the EU investigating whether Amazon unfairly favors its own products on its website, and then Beijing also unveiling new antitrust rules on its own homegrown internet industry. Now, as stocks around the world rally, we've seen bonds fall around the world, and that is pushing yields higher. The 10-year yield is back above 95 basis points, and Peter Cherv Academy Securities sees it trending to 1.25%. You look at the yield curve here in the U.S., it continues to steepen. The 2s, 30s is now at the steepest since June of 2017. John?
Scarlett Fu, thank you. So what do we have this morning? About 7-8 minutes into the session. Once again, we've got some small cap outperformance. The Russell up by about 0.6%. The Nasdaq down by 1 percentage point. That's the domestic story in the United States. The international story, let's compare the S&P down 0.4% to Europe advancing once again. Matt Miskin of John Hancock Investment Management expecting the United States to outperform its peers, writing the following. A vaccine likely means growth comes back and inflation comes back in earnest. PMIs are likely to diverge, with the U.S. holding up better than most international developed counterparts. I want to bring Matt in now for more. Matt, just continue that conversation for me. The regional story, the United States versus Europe and beyond.
Yeah, the digital economy in the United States is still on track. I understand that some of these tech stocks are getting hit here, but we think that the U.S. economy is going to be better situated for a COVID life that's still going to continue here over the next 3 to 6 months in our view. Yes, there was huge news of a breakthrough on the medical front yesterday, but we still have a lot to work through here as we get the cases down and try to get through this without causing too much economic damage. But unfortunately, we think there is more economic contraction or volatility in the near term.
So, Matt, I said this yesterday. What the market was pricing in is not the reality for you and I, for people, for society in general, for the next few months. For markets, though, we're living in the second half of 21. What is it about the next 3 months that you think markets should be sensitive to or will be sensitive to that will shape the next 12?
So lack of stimulus package. We think Washington is going to continue to be back and forth without any stimulus package there. We see the Fed already not out of bullets, but wow, they've already done a lot this year. Looking back on 2020, it's going to be harder to do more than that into 2021. And then near term, you do have an economic soft spot. You know, markets are forward looking. I get that. And I think you're 100% right. The back half of 2021 is already being priced in or starting to be priced in. But we would not go over our skis here on high yield, the cyclical rally, smaller size. We think you got to be selective, and we would actually make sure you're diversified across all these different trades that are happening. are unfolding today.
So, Matt, where do you think the threshold is? And do you see any evidence whatsoever that this market is responding to the restrictions we see in Massachusetts, Utah, New Jersey, that this market in any way, shape or form is responded to the record COVID cases we are seeing day after day in the United States? So, Matt, where do you think the threshold
Yeah, I mean, to me, a couple things that are market related that are reflecting that. You know, one, I think interest rates going higher, the 10-year rising here, 97 basis points. Not only is that important for consumer net worth and the bond market, it's also critical for the housing market. And the housing market has been the biggest bright spot in the U.S. economy. If interest rates back up too much, that increases mortgage rates, and that really hurts housing. So that's one thing that I think is important. And then this tech sell-off, I know that we're talking about this rotation, but you've highlighted this over and over again this morning. Tech stocks are such a huge component of the overall market that they're the generals in the market. And if they can't make it, if they start to sell off and tech is, let's say the Nasdaq just did a triple top, you know, I think that's going to be hard for equity risk overall. So, you know, I think these cross currents with the economy as it is and COVID what it is, and then these market signals, it's not as bright as yesterday the price action perhaps reflected.
So, Matt, I've got to keep this really short, but I've got to throw in this extra question. If I'd listened to this conversation and I wasn't part of this interview, I just think Matt Miska was telling me to sit in cash and wait this out. What are you suggesting people do?
Well, I think the backup in bond yields actually suggests that bonds could actually create an attractive entry point here. I think high quality stocks that are getting sold off actually create an attractive entry point. 2021 is going to be better than 2020 in our view. And you want to start positioning for that. But we think that you could actually get a good entry point in the next couple months here amidst some of this volatility.
Hey, Matt, great to catch up. As always, my thoughts with you and the team. Matt Miskin there of John Hancock weighing in on this market. About 12 minutes into the session, with the price action, here's Abigail.
Hey, Don. Well, let's rip right through this. As for what's not working on the day, it's big tech that you were just talking about there. Facebook and Microsoft, Amazon, these are the big movers to the downside, really dragging on the markets in a big way. Financials at this point are a little bit mixed, and some of the bigger losers on the financial side, Bank of America and Goldman Sachs, and there you can see the IMAP and the Bloomberg terminal up top, materials, utilities, industrials, healthcare on bottom, though. It's all about that stay-at-home trade, tech, consumer discretionary, communication services, big tech, big internet, those mega cap stocks once again dragging. Again, huge weightings for the indexes. The optics of that not good. What is good, though, John, AMC up for a fourth day in a row, as you've been noting. It is a penny stock, but it's up more than 70% over the last 4 days on hopes of some sort of recovery for the movie chain company, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this program, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell defending President Donald Trump's right to legally challenge the election. That conversation up next with UBS's Zachary Swade. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
Came in better than expected, not only in terms of job creation, but also a sharp fall in the unemployment rate consistent with higher labor force participation. That's really good news.
Overall, the gain was solid, but even while this is a very robust pace of job gains, it's a lot slower than it has been in the summer months.
Great that we saw the job gains we did, but they still are diminished from what they were, of course, back in April and May. And the scarring, the sort of wounds that were created by COVID are beginning to fester.
I would caution people to look at the top line number because I don't think it tells the entire story. Employment relative to population is still well below where we were pre-crisis, and that's because I think that we're going to have some lasting damage.
Depending on what you look at, jobs creation or the unemployment rate, you have different views as to whether the improvement in the labor force is keeping up or slowing down.
Pre-crisis, and that's because I think that we're going to have some lasting damage.
We have the system in place to consider concerns, and President Trump is 100% within his rights to look into allegations of irregularities and weigh his legal options.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell there defending the president's right to go through and challenge vote counts in key states. Attorney General Bill Barr issuing a memo later that evening authorizing officials at the Justice Department to investigate potential voting irregularities while acknowledging there's no conclusive evidence of fraud. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Cirilli, now for more. Kev, you know this is a polarizing story. There's a lot of tension around it. It's a process that we've got to work through. Help me understand the process just a little bit better and what we can expect in the coming days and weeks.
Well, three things. First and foremost, the president and his re-election campaign are still very much pursuing legal actions. I spoke with a source who is supportive of this strategy, and they went on to suggest that this is the beginning of their efforts and that they're reading into Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's comments as a tacit endorsement in terms of what's coming. The second point that I would make is that there are other Republicans who have read in to Leader McConnell's statements who disagree that it is a tacit endorsement of the president's strategy and that he was very measured in his remarks and that he is looking to protect a Republican majority in the Senate on the January 5th runoff elections in Georgia. The third and final point that I would make is that there have been a divide in terms of Republicans like Senator Ted Cruz of Texas who have come out and endorsed the strategy and defended the president's strategy, and other Republicans like Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland or other Republicans, Mitt Romney, another prominent Republican who come out and backed President-elect Joe Biden. I want to pull up a tweet from Gary Cohn, who of course is the president's former National Economic Council of Advisors director, and he said, "Congrats to President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. I wish them great success in leading our country. With over 145 million votes cast, both campaigns should be applauded for getting an unprecedented number of citizens engaged in the democratic process." That's according to Gary Cohn. That was sent earlier this week. He is someone, obviously, who served at the upper echelons of the president's economic agenda. Jonathan?
Kevin, great work, great reporting, as always. It's a tense time down in Washington. We all know that. It's an incredibly polarizing situation between the two campaigns at the moment. But I think for us, looking at financial markets, it's a market that is not responding to these developments at all. Credit markets have been rallying to pre-pandemic levels with vaccine developments boosting sentiment, already buoyed by Biden's victory. UBS's Zach Sway warning investors not to get carried away, writing the following: "We have seen 12 days of a Santa rally in 12 hours. Markets were already positive following a Biden win, but spreads have tightened even further with the news that we're potentially closer to getting an effective vaccine for COVID-19. Pay attention to the underlying strength of issuers, as defaults will likely rise in 21 as companies run out of liquidity." Zach joins us now over the phone. Zach, a brief word on that. Are you saying it's going to be tough to take spreads much tighter?
So, hi, John. So spreads in Europe are around 400 basis points. They're certainly through the tights that most strategists you have on your show or we predicted. And in the US, same, they're around 420. I'm not saying that there's an inability to move them tighter naturally, because there's many drivers and tailwinds that can push spreads tighter, policy support and valuations, importantly. But if we go back to some of our conversations earlier in the year when we were predicting default rates of 7-8% in the US and 6-7% in Europe, we're certainly running significantly lower than that. So, 2% in Europe, 3-4% in the US. Why? Because companies obviously, raise financing, raise capital, etc. But in terms of the economic growth in Q4, we've had to recalibrate, and obviously strategies have had to recalibrate significantly post the lockdown and the possible stay-at-home orders in the US that, you're reporting on now. So, fast forward half a year, we really have to think about how much cash worse quality companies have burned, and do they get a second or third chance of accessing capital from private lenders or the debt market?
So, Zach, here's my question to you. Right now, I'm looking at an equity market, about 20 minutes into the session. Session lows on the Nasdaq, the S&P a little bit lighter as well, outperformance from the small caps. Yesterday was a dash towards the trash, so to speak, the catch-up trade. It was a rotation to the more cyclical parts of the market. That's stocks. How different is credit as an asset class when you consider the same themes?
Very good question. So, for example, many of those, let's say if we take the airline sector, we take some of the travel sectors, many of these corporations that issued public debt have actually been bought by investors in our market, since the summer. And why is that? A lot of that's because they had, the larger ones had state support, so, state loans or grants, which allow them to turn over their debt for the next 2 or 3 years. All the US ones have kind of privately funded. So there's certainly important things to kind of take note there about the improvements and why we could buy these securities then. And you saw this with airlines' cost of capital falling down in the summer through to September. The equity is slightly different. Obviously, the operating leverage obviously benefits credit investors, but it significantly benefits equity guys. Why? Because you've got 10 seats on a plane, of a British Airways plane. It's not too dissimilar fixed cost if you've got 150 people paying. So the move yesterday in airline or travel stocks of 30%, 20%, 40% certainly do make more sense. Because a lot of the move in credit had actually happened driven by that liquidity gain that they got over the summer from investors or governments.
Zach, great work as always. Come back soon for a longer conversation. Always enjoy catching up with you. Zach Swabe there of UBS. Want to touch base on a sector price action this morning. Interesting session. Yesterday, explosive. Today, even more nuanced. Here's Abigail.
Yeah, John, it is a very interesting session here. It feels as though traders are still jockeying for position in terms of whether or not this rotation into value and small cap and the cyclical sectors can last. So we're seeing lots of movement. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal and use the IMAP, at this point we have more sectors higher than lower, so probably neutral risk appetite. But in terms of the positioning, it's all over the map. At this point, you have industrials, materials, and energy up top. Where we do have some certainty here, though, is the stay-at-home trade, the technology, the communication services, the big internet, the consumer discretionary, such as Amazon. Those are the worst sectors. It'll be interesting to see how this day plays out. Over the last 5 days, we have more certainty, though, John, and that is that cyclical trade, because the energy is the top sector, not surprisingly, over the last 5 days, up about 13%. Yesterday and today, the best 2 days for energy, going all the way back to March. The financials, a huge gain, and then it's healthcare and materials. So certainly a cyclical tilt over the last 5 days. Interestingly, all 11 S&P 500 sectors are up over the last 5 days. So let's see whether or not the energy and the financial bulls can build another day today toward that cyclical move, that reflation, that reopening trade, John.
Abigail, thank you. Up next on this program, the market moving events you need to be watching this Tuesday morning through the rest of this week. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg. just a little bit of a flavour of that rotation from yesterday without the steroids. Big tech underperforming. The S&P down 0.4%. The Russell doing okay. It's a rotation we'll continue to cover through the next couple of days. So I want to get to the trading diary briefly, what you need to be watching through the rest of this week. At the top of the hour, Fed Presidents Kaplan, Rosengren speaking at virtual events. Then President-elect Biden speaking at 2 p.m. Eastern alongside VP-elect Harris, plus the Fed's Randy Qualls appearing before the Senate Banking Committee. U.S. CPI data due on Thursday, and Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking at the ECB Forum. Finally on Friday, we get U.S. PPI numbers and University of Michigan consumer sentiment data. From London and New York this morning, good morning. This was the countdown to the open for our audience worldwide. Follow me on Twitter at FerroTV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The outlook for the economy is extraordinarily uncertain and will depend in large part on the success of efforts to keep the virus in check.
They're torturing themselves to explain that they're there, ready, willing, and able.
The Fed has basically done all it can do, with the exception of extreme emergency measures.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque
swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things, they're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to...
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're going to have to be able to right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor. No doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here. but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help. So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de Rivera. This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, I mean, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents.
You use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically. Bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue. And it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
The website makes money by charging commission from vendors. Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
And get married in India, but they're definitely not changing.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
Her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a Juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry city?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left. She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. He's the first Muslim mayor of a major... Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by government.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010. Then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails show Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not the state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him. Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start. And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be. Democratic National Committee, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election, which leaves us here with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other. By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well. Faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emancipated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience was a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valuag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special day.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come. Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree, global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
Optimists argue that the shift...
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. The way in which we experience the origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. As the tube is heated up, I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating. that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light. Insight into the inner workings
a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want.
Order submitted.
We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something. It just makes them feel good.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last... I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, the board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. Starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched. You have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. There's a lot of time that goes into taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on. That is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plate. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. It's pleasurable, it's quiet, you can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. Sustainable and long-lasting. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。所以那个时候我就到。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿都不靠谱。
Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力 ，Blue 能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
I knew that after launching, everything kind of started here. I have kind of the ability. If you look around, to do it again. But like, this is my environment. This is my serenity. Really. 88 Rising was built here.
He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car.
Built on the grounds of LA Fitness residence in a parking garage. If you look around, I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I like, you know, I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. I was living in the Bronx. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it can be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I've never been to America before. Like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff. And I'm like, how did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world. The remix went viral too.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it. Like, next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people, and what they want to see and what they want to hear. That taught me a lot about the internet. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this.
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
To creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh shit!
And then after an appearance on Ellen. So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards. And they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
They want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite when I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand. Of course there's the pain.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay. And the seizures and being in paralysis.
Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of them. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment.
When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun.
If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Not just wearing pyjamas all the time.
Was that? It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written out bigger on the board, thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Route 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often.
B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can. If I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you? Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Miron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms. And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm. In the early 80s,
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising,
Order
licensing
submitted.
deals, and concert ticket sales.
Order submitted.
According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本。
Order filled.
そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになる。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
Order submitted.
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Order canceled.
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need. Half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by government.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
thousands of leaked emails show Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
No government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Regardless, his work has been done. About the governments, about their own secrets, about their own really the world has changed.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, India. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper. I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's a real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Financial security. Hurry the hell up! But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It's the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in the laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
There's still no cure for CTE. Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. When you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. You know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
It's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling... So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead. So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Laura, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first. bring in a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that, the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of different things from last year.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean
in
to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place, and we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. that 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will.
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It's a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are, much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue. And I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
Going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
You want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved, but it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior, and we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
an inevitable question. I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, live from our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming on YouTube. It is Tuesday, November 10th, 2020. I'm Carol Masser. A little bit of a different tone in the equity markets today. We'll get to those numbers in a moment, but we do have stocks dropping back on speculation that this month's rally, it's been quite a rally, that it has outpaced prospects for an economic rebound amid a surge in coronavirus cases around the globe. Those numbers in the U.S. definitely troubling. All right, we're going to cover that all over the next 4 hours. First up, though, let's get a check on that trading day. Over to Doug Krisner. We go.
Hey, Carol, we've got a mixed picture right now. You were talking about some of the question about whether the economy can support these valuations. The other big question, how might a vaccine change the outlook? Right now, the Dow Industrial Average is ahead by 0.7%, although if you look at the Nasdaq market, the composite index down more than 1.1%. We're seeing a big drop in many of the large cap names. In fact, information tech is leading the S&P 500 down about 0.1%, but the information tech group as a whole within the S&P 500 is off 1.5%. That decline is being offset by strength among consumer staple shares. Some of the industrial names also moving to the upside today. Small caps seem to be in favor in a large way, with the Russell 2000 ahead by about 1.7%. So at the margin today, we have continued concern about the future of additional U.S. fiscal stimulus, and then there are some questions about how smooth the transition will be to the Biden presidency. You know, some of the Republicans have escalated efforts to overturn the results and refuse to acknowledge President Trump's defeat. We also have two key Supreme Court justices indicating they are inclined to uphold the bulk of the Affordable Care Act. We'll be talking a lot about that as we continue here on Bloomberg Business Week. Right now in the bond market, U.S. 10-year Treasury up in yield a little bit. We've got 95 basis points on the 10-year and a rally continuing in crude oil with WTI above $41 a barrel. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yep, never a dull moment. All right, Doug Krisner, thank you so much. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's set the Business Week agenda. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News. He's had a busy day. He joins us on the phone from New York City. Also with us, Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Michael McKee, you had an important interview earlier today.
Well, we spoke with Robert Kaplan, the Dallas Fed Bank president. The first kind of Fed reaction to the election, and while he didn't want to go into personalities or the politics of it all, he did say that the administration, the current and next administration, are going to be facing still some rough times economically. The next 2 quarters in danger because of the rising COVID cases.
Right. It's all contingent on that. Mike, you look at the economic numbers, right? And even though, you know, some things have been improving, I mean, it's all contingent on getting COVID-19 under control.
And we're far from that right now. You look at some of the high-frequency data, like the open table seated diners, that's gone down over the last week or so. And we're seeing less mobility data. The Dallas Fed tracks that. Kaplan's watching that. People tending to stay closer to home. We're starting to see the effects, and I think the one thing we might see is more interest paid in the jobless claims numbers this Thursday, because it'll be something of a real-time indicator on whether or not we're seeing more companies close down.
Yeah, that mobility issue was something I talked about with Fed's Pat Harker a little bit earlier today, and that's something we've been seeing for years. Hey, Dave Wilson, come on in on the trade today. It definitely feels a little bit different from yesterday, although I feel like we did take a leg down towards the close of Monday trading.
Yeah, and the story today in large measure is that big tech companies aren't doing well, and much of the rest of the market is. I mean, you go through the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, and you see the only ones that are down, technology and the consumer discretionary category, which includes retailers and therefore includes Amazon.com, which is being targeted by European Union antitrust regulators. So, you've got that going on. Basically means 8 out of the 11 groups are higher. Communication services, which is Google's owner, Alphabet, Facebook, and a few others, a little changed. And then beyond that, I mean, you go through the individual stocks in the S&P 500, you see there are 5 up for every 3 that are down. You've got some well-received earnings reports kind of helping things along here. And also Ulta Beauty is one that jumps out. I mean, they've got a deal to set up shops in Target stores, and that stock's up about 8%. Then you had figures out of D.R. Horton that went over pretty well in the home building industry, and that stock's up 8.5%. Lennar's up 6%. So, that area is doing well, for example.
All right, good to see what's going on in the equity trade and some of the names at play. Hey, Mike, how are you beginning to think about what a new administration, what a new economic policy team in the White House, how it might impact the economy going forward?
Well, you look at the Biden administration and what they campaigned on, and obviously they would have raised taxes and would have spent a lot more, but given the constraints that are likely to come from the Senate, you have to try to figure out what is Mitch McConnell willing to go along with. I saw a statistic the other day that COVID cases are rising twice as fast in states with Republican senators than in states without Republican senators. Draw your own conclusions about causation and correlation, but if you do have constituents telling you we've got a problem, then you might react a little more. So I think the odds are that we'll get a stimulus package. It may not be as big as Nancy Pelosi wanted, but we probably aren't going to see any tax increases in the next Congress in the next 2 years. The question will be, can maybe Biden get everybody together and agree on an infrastructure package? That would be something that would really be good for the economy. And it, of course, costs nothing to borrow these days.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk to a big name in the muni credit bond market. And, yeah, exactly. Like we're just kind of all waiting for this to happen. It does kind of make me scratch my head, Mike, because I do feel like this is something that has had, we've talked about it ad nauseum, that it's had bipartisan support, and yet we can't seem to get it through.
Well, one interesting thing about the last 4 years has been that Donald Trump was popular with Republicans out in the country.
We're going to talk to
he isn't popular up on Capitol Hill with Republicans. They found him very difficult, and they were afraid of him, but they didn't really like him, and he never took the lead in pushing Republican members of the Senate or House to do something. Now, Biden's of a different party, so he'd be pushing on Democrats, but maybe presidential leadership will make a difference this time.
Yeah, and it's certainly Joe Biden is somebody who understands how Congress works. All right, Michael McKee, do you have a little critter in the background there? Is that what I'm hearing?
Not mine. It's somebody's daughter just walked through.
Okay. Are you renting kids now, Mike? What's going on here?
Yeah, the blue bike. Kitty kid.
I'm just checking what's going on. Dave Wilson, give us a quick tease for the chart coming up.
Well, it's all about yield and how stocks are starting to look expensive relative to bonds, at least by recent standards.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time we talk about the yield difference between bonds and stocks, I'd be a rich lady. All right, we're looking forward to that. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. He is, of course, our stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, on the phone in New York City as well. Coming up, we've got quite a broadcast. We're going to be talking about, obviously, the major issues that have been really plaguing our world for the last year or so, and those problems and how folks are finding a way through. On that, Robin Hayes, he's the CEO of JetBlue Airways. He's going to talk with us. I caught up with him earlier on COVID and the airline industry, what he's seeing and what they are doing to make people feel secure when they get on a plane. So we'll get into that. Also, big tech's different kind of Washington problem. We've got that story in the magazine, Bloomberg Business Week magazine. And then we've got a guest who hears about the problems firsthand from the global corporate communities, talking to all the big name CEOs. We're talking about the founder and CEO of the global communications firm Edelman. Richard Edelman will be back with us on brands amidst crisis. And we're going to wrap up with, I want to say lighter fare, but it's not exactly. Oscar-winning filmmaker Alex Gibney on his new documentary, Crazy Not Insane. It probably sounds like it could describe a lot of things right now, but the subject on the film is probably not what you think, so you're going to want to stick around for that. In the meantime, let's get to the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number is 83%. Most people do not want to travel like they used to, even after the pandemic has subsided. Globally, 83% of passengers are reluctant to resume their old travel regime. 31% will fly less often, a survey by Inmarsat found, and that's partly due to fear of infection. Corporate travel will be impacted as firms cut down on expenses and get used to doing business virtually. I can't wait to get on a plane. I'm just going to put that out there. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol, the Supreme Court is considering the possible repeal of the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. The key issue involves whether mandating insurance is constitutional, since there's no longer a penalty for not buying it. Donald Verrilli is the attorney for the House, and during today's exchange with Justice Sonia Sotomayor, he defended keeping the ACA in place.
We know that that effort to repeal the entire ACA was voted down, and the only change made was the zeroing out the tax in 5000A.
And so if the choice is, yet again, after NFIB, declaring the individual mandate unconstitutional, if one sees it as a command, the 2017 Congress has already told us that it doesn't want the rest of the act to fall, correct?
That's certainly our position, Your Honor.
The GOP has been trying to wipe out the law since it was enacted in 2010. President-elect Joe Biden will soon be holding a news conference regarding the ACA and the Supreme Court. Well, Biden is moving more forcefully to make the transition to the White House, even as Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and other senior Republicans give President Trump some cover to pursue his legal challenges to the outcome of the election. Attorney General Bill Barr is giving the green light for federal prosecutors to probe claims of voting irregularities. Barr's memo resulted in the resignation of the department's top election crimes prosecutor. And some of America's most important foreign allies are offering their congratulations to Joe Biden. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, French President Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Angela Merkel have called it. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
Yes. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, along with, you just heard his voice, his dulcet tones, Doug Krisner. We got a lot of stuff going on this Tuesday. Doug Krisner, watching those virus numbers, interesting story by Kristen Brown on the Bloomberg, and it talks about super spreader risk when it comes to COVID, how it's being linked to restaurants, gyms, and hotels. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's a very interesting piece, and it's based on data coming out of Stanford University and Northwestern, and a number of things that they're looking at. One of the things I think you can conclude is this: why social distancing is so important. They had a study that was done around the city of Chicago, and it concluded essentially that if restaurants were reopened at full capacity, they would generate collectively around 600,000 new infections. That's 3 times as many as in other categories. So you're talking about restaurants, you're talking about gymnasiums, where the density of people is obviously greater,
right,
and the risk of spread, right?
Yeah, I love this. They talk about it's very granular data, and it shows us where there is a vulnerability. I mean, it just kind of makes sense here. And it maybe also shows that if we somehow do social distancing, limit contact, how you can allow the economy and businesses to reopen. You just got to follow these kind of basic rules.
You absolutely do, because the study concluded that without any mitigation, they concluded that about a third of the population would be infected with the virus. And one of the interesting things, and I know you and I have discussed this, lower income populations are more vulnerable. They are more likely to become infected because there are many more crowded spaces in those communities, and the risk of spread is greater.
Well, listen, we saw that in New York City firsthand, right? In communities where there were either multiple families or generations living in one apartment, and so it made those individuals more vulnerable. And unfortunately, it has to do with affordability and, you know, people obviously living together to kind of share the expenses, so it makes it kind of tricky.
And against the backdrop on this, progress on the virus front, so things could change in 2021.
It's the highs and lows that we continue to see. All right, Doug Krisner, thank you so much. All right, we're watching the virus. We're also watching some news when it comes to Obamacare, because the Supreme Court taking up some news on that. Bloomberg News legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law, June Grosso. She's joining us on the phone. So I know the Supreme Court was looking into this, June, today, excuse me, and they were expected to hear some oral arguments this morning on a Trump administration effort to overturn the Affordable Care Act. Where are we on this?
Well, so in order to overturn the Affordable Care Act, the Trump administration and the Republican states had a real uphill battle. They had to prove 3 things: that they had the sort of injury that allowed them to sue, what we call standing, that Congress zeroing out the tax penalty made the individual mandate unconstitutional, which the Fifth Circuit ruled, and that the rest of the law can't stand without the individual mandate. So as far as that third prong, we had 2 Supreme Court justices, 2 conservatives, Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, come out and basically say that they would move to sever the individual mandate from the rest of the law so that the rest of the law would stand. In fact, the Chief Justice took on the Texas Solicitor General. He said, I don't see how your argument can go forward, that you're saying that the whole law would fail because of this. That's not what the Supreme Court was supposed to do. We're not supposed to be making laws invalid. And the Texas Solicitor General took him on, but, you know, the Chief Justice has the last word on that.
So that, in essence, could potentially protect those millions of Americans, right, that are getting health care under Obamacare, if you potentially separate that out, that provision?
Absolutely, because right now everyone's operating, Obamacare is working without that provision. In fact, Verrilli, who is the former Solicitor General, said that, you know, the Chief Justice said to him, was this a bait and switch? Because when we spoke, you know, in 2010, you people said that this was essential to the law, that we had to have the individual mandate. Now you're saying, no, we can do without it. And Verrilli said, you know, we thought it was going to be a carrot and stick approach, but now we realize we don't need the stick anymore because people are signing up for it anyway. So, so the law will remain as is, even without that individual mandate.
That's what I wanted to ask you, June, because I think initially that individual mandate, you know, where individuals purchase insurance, the assumption was, at least from the healthcare community, is that you'd have a lot of young people buying policies, which would help pay for those older people who are buying policies and kind of make sense in terms of financially for all these healthcare companies to be involved. So I do wonder, if you do take out that individual mandate, does it in essence kind of start to pick apart the law?
Well, Congress has already taken that out because they've zeroed it out. So essentially, it's not there anymore. You don't have to buy health insurance or suffer whatever it is, $696,
right,
something like that, in taxes. So it has been working, and that's been perhaps a surprise to many people, that it's been working without saying that you have to pay a tax if you don't get health care.
So bottom line, is this a win for Obamacare, a win for Joe Biden, or how would you describe it?
And you always hate to, you know, say what the Supreme Court is going to do, but I would say it looks pretty clear that there are 2 conservative justices, and of course the 3 liberal justices who are going to vote to keep Obamacare intact, perhaps without that individual mandate, which doesn't matter anywhere, to sever off the individual mandate. So I would say that everyone who's worried about Obamacare is thinking pretty hopefully right now.
All right. Whenever we want to know anything when it has to do with the Supreme Court or law, this is who we go to. June Grosso, thank you so much. Bloomberg News legal analyst, host of Bloomberg Law, joining us on the phone. All right, in the meantime, we do want to get a check on some of your top business stories, another check on that trading day. Over to Doug Krisner we go. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Carol, I just want to pick up on the point that you guys were discussing there. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh both suggesting they are not prepared to strike down the entire ACA. I'm looking at the S&P 500 healthcare group. It's positive right now by 0.4%, but we're seeing a lot of strength today in many of the big pharma names. Lilly shares up by 3.6% right now. Late yesterday, the company was granted emergency use authorization from the FDA for Lilly's experimental antibody therapy. There are certain conditions that apply to this. Nonetheless, Lilly is required to hire an outside firm to test batches of the therapies that were made at one of its U.S. plants, the one plant in New Jersey. We're also seeing a retreat in shares of Pfizer. The stock yesterday popped by 7.7% after we had the positive test results from that vaccine. And today, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the government's top infectious disease expert, was saying the emergency use authorization for Pfizer's vaccine is likely to come in a week or so. Today, though, Pfizer shares dipping by about 1%. Right now, Dow Industrial Average ahead of 0.5%. We're seeing weakness in many of the information tech stocks today. That's sending the S&P 500 lower by 0.3%, and the Nasdaq Composite down 1.5%. Small cap shares in favor today. Look at the Russell 2000, up 1.6% right now. A little move higher in long-term interest rates. 10-year Treasury picking up 3 basis points. We're at 95 basis points in yield, and we've got a rally in crude oil with WTI higher by more than 2% right now at 41.15. The dollar showing weakness right now with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down 0.1%, and the yen showing some strength here at 105.30. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug Krisner, thank you so much. Well, Doug, talking about some of the developments when it comes to a vaccine for COVID-19. We are almost a year into the pandemic. Hard to believe. And we've got a world really facing the unrelenting spread of the virus. But we did get some good news, as Doug mentioned. We did get the news yesterday of a vaccine developed by Pfizer showing extraordinary results. And you've also got an antibody therapy from Eli Lilly that was granted U.S. emergency clearance. So certainly those are steps forward, but going backwards is the U.S. reporting a record 142,907 new coronavirus infections. That was yesterday's number. It appears poised to reach the most hospitalizations yet later on this week. So let's get to our daily check on COVID-19. Dr. Anthony Harris, he is WorkCare's Chief Innovation Officer and Associate Medical Director, on-site clinical operations. He leads the company's COVID-19 clinical response team based in Chicago. That is a city and a state of Illinois that is seeing virus cases spike. He joins us there from Chicago. Dr. Harris, nice to have you here. How are you? And give us, a little bit of a feel of what's going on in Chicago right now and what you're seeing on the ground.
Sure. Thanks for having me on, Carol. And yeah, it's, where the rubber meets the road in terms of people out and about, we're noticing a difference, right? The restaurants are shut down again.
Mm-hmm.
People are kind of in that mindset of, the quarantine that we were used to back in the spring. And, the number one thing that we're trying to spread the word about is these large gatherings in the home. It's happening in the Midwest. You look at Wisconsin, you look at what's happening here in Illinois, and the mood is very somber as people are realizing finally that, this is serious. This is a spike that we're seeing sustained and that it's not going anywhere. And personal behavior is playing a factor. And so hopefully people are starting to wake up to that fact so they can act accordingly in their homes and in the community.
How could a mandate from the federal government kind of affect things at this point, in your view?
If we look across the pond, we can kind of glimpse and learn from what's happened overseas. Paris and France. Look what happened in England, in the UK, right? They're seeing numbers per capita far greater than what we're seeing. So the impact there is tremendous on a day-to-day basis, 7 rolling day average. And so we're looking to see if those mandates that they put in place, curfews, et cetera, will have an impact. We hope they will, but we haven't seen clear evidence as it stands yet. Some of the things that we're seeing in the States play out and hopefully are protective are the mandates that when you go to mass transit, you better have that mask on or you're not getting on, right?
Right.
Those are the type of measures that will indeed play a factor in helping protect the general public.
Dr. Harris, what about treatments in terms of COVID patients? And I know I've had a lot of conversations with other doctors and folks in the medical care community, and we've learned a lot in the last 7 to 8 months when it comes to dealing with different types of COVID-19 cases. We've made progress, but I'm still trying to get my head around, the increase in hospitalizations. I mean, how bad are the cases that are coming into the hospitals? And are you finding that the medical community has a better grasp on, preventing essentially these patients from dying?
Yes, they do. First and foremost, I think we've learned a lot, like you said, since this all began. And in the hospitals, when you talk to the frontline hospital workers that are in the docs and the nurses that are in the ICUs, taking care of these individuals that have severe cases that are on mechanical ventilation, they've learned a lot, right? If you back when I spoke with my colleagues in the hospitals in the spring and the summer, it was a rough time. People would go on the ventilator. They would try to manage them as we have managed patients in the past with similar presentations from a pneumonia standpoint, right? And people were still, succumbing to the illness. And so what we learned is, how do you manage, what is the protocol, and what works best for these specific people that are coming down with SARS-CoV-2. And, unfortunately, the deaths that we're seeing was predicted back in the summer when we anticipated a spike in cases with a 30-day lag between the spikes that we're seeing and the death rate. And that's starting to play out. And hopefully we'll get control of it. But certainly the medicine, the treatments, and whatnot have improved. It's just a tidal wave of cases right now that hospitals are trying to keep up with.
Yeah, I feel like it's the ebbs and flows, if you will, and the highs and lows of COVID-19. We did get some highs yesterday when we heard about the Pfizer treatment and a vaccine, a burst of good news, finding some extraordinary results. And Eli Lilly also granted U.S. emergency clearance for its antibody therapy. Eli Lilly, Chairman and CEO David Ricks, he caught up with our team over on Bloomberg TV, and they talked about the company's coronavirus antibody therapy that was granted that emergency use. But I've got to say that Dave Ricks also said it will still be needed even if a COVID vaccine is developed. He talked with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz. Check it out.
We'll still need medicines like our antibody therapy to help those that will still get sick, hopefully at a much lower rate as we approach something like herd immunity, but you'll still have endemic disease. And we'll need therapies. There's many examples where this is true, including common respiratory viruses like RSV.
And that, of course, was Eli Lilly Chairman and CEO Dave Ricks talking with our colleagues over on Bloomberg TV. Dr. Harris, when you look at the treatments that are coming down, when you look at the news yesterday, what does that say to you about maybe where we are, the timeline for getting COVID-19 under control?
Sure. So yesterday's news was very positive, right? And for a number of reasons. First and foremost, obviously, for public sentiment in terms of understanding where the progression is of vaccines, potential vaccine to be released, right? But to me, what it points out in terms of yesterday's release and the positive sentiment is that we were anticipating from Pfizer exactly what has happened and transpired in November. This was back in the summer that we were anticipating that phase 3 clinical trials had started. They were showing positive early data in terms of results, and then now that we're seeing more positive news around clinical outcomes with the vaccine, this speaks very well in hopes that the timeline that we anticipate the vaccine to be released next year will play out well. And I say next year because I'm speaking to the general public timeline of being able to access the vaccine most likely. And if we look at that timeline based upon H1N1 and other releases of vaccines, it won't probably be until May, June of next year that we see the vaccine widely distributed to the general public and the workforce. And that's what we're gearing up for here at WorkCare, partnering with state health officials to do so.
Well, tell us about the work that you guys are doing, because that's specifically, you work with officials, you work with companies, right, in terms of managing healthcare.
You got it. Yeah, we're classic occupational and environmental medicine. We're physician-led, been around for 35 years, and we've seen, unfortunately, pandemics like this play out before and been a part of it. And so our job in the workplace is to protect the workers, first and foremost, from injuries, slip, trip, and falls, as well as exposures. And so during this period of COVID-19, it's exceptional that we've been able to kind of pivot what we do a little bit in terms of providing digital platforms for screening workers that we started back in March. We've done well over 4 million of those in the workforce. And we're launching, strategies to help protect the workforce with testing regimens. It's working. We know that it's working with the universities that we talk to. It's working with the clients that we have with large businesses. And so we're really fortunate to be in this position to help so many people during this critical time.
Where do you see testing going? And I ask, my company's been incredible and we have access to testing and they take care of everything. I had a daughter who was trying to get a test yesterday and was sitting online, and I just wonder, are we going to get to a point where you just wake up in the morning and you take a test? Is that where this is going, or no?
If we look at the mass market, if we look at the, what we're known for in the U.S., which is innovation, right? We're seeing devices that are bending the cost curve and increasing the simplicity of using these tests. And so a home test now is available for a rapid test, molecular-based. It's called isothermic amplification. But in short, instead of having to do PCR with heavy machinery or big machinery that's complex to do, it is simple as plugging something into your USB port of your computer, swabbing just the front part of your nose, the nasal passages, and then waiting 20 minutes to get your results. And you can do that at home. So that technology exists today. It's been EUA approved by FDA, and we're going to see more of that double down as we move forward because, again, we'll be dealing with this for months to come. If you really are trying to look across the horizon at how long we'll be dealing with COVID, and Anthony Fauci has said this, COVID may never go away, even with the vaccine, because of the period of time in which the immunity from a vaccine will wane. And that may be 3 months or 6 months, but certainly we're going to be in this cycle for some time to come.
And it certainly does feel like we are on the cusp of some changes when it comes to healthcare. I'm just listening to you talk, and I feel like more and more technology is getting involved. We're able to kind of monitor things. Is that where it's all going?
It really is, and, this may be all a turn for the better in terms of public health regarding not just COVID-19, but other diseases that we deal with on a seasonal basis, right? There's a myriad of them, but obviously everyone knows flu. So, how we approach the flu on a seasonal basis will be enhanced and improved upon because of the impact we're seeing from COVID-19. The one thing we can learn from, again, our neighbors across the pond is that these type of events make a pivotal shift in how we do and maintain health in the community and in the workplace. And Korea was one of the examples where they were hit hard in SARS-CoV-1 back in 2003, and they learned a lot, right? I've talked to some of the leading physicians over there, and they were able to have in place quickly things that they learned from 2003. And so likewise, we're going to be better off in terms of preparedness for this type of event far into the future.
So preparedness also means what? Thinking about the other viruses that are out there that might ultimately impact our community, it means we need to have kind of a global initiatives to kind of get the things in place, right? So that if we need another vaccine, it's not the race like we saw today. Forgive me, Dr. Harris. We've got to go to Delaware where the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is making some comments. Dr. Harris, thank you. Let's go to Delaware.
If the Supreme Court agrees with the opponents of the act, their decision could take health care away from 20 million Americans. It could take away protections from more than 100 million people with pre-existing conditions in our country and hurt the millions of Americans who have come to rely on the Affordable Care Act. Getting rid of the Affordable Care Act will take us backward to a time when people could charge a woman more for her health care than they could charge a man, simply because she's a woman. To a time when pregnancy could be considered a pre-existing condition. It will take away free birth control and contraceptive coverage for women. This is all happening at a moment when our country is suffering through a pandemic that has claimed more than 238,000 lives. And we all know that if the Affordable Care Act is struck down, communities of color would be hit particularly hard. Black, Asian, Hispanic, and Native American, because they are at a greater risk of pre-existing conditions from asthma to diabetes to lupus. And they are also 3 times as likely to contract COVID-19 and twice as likely to die as others. Now, I know we all know that we just had an election in America, an election where healthcare was very much on the ballot. Our country had a clear choice in this election. Each and every vote for Joe Biden was a statement that healthcare in America should be a right and not a privilege. Each and every vote for Joe Biden was a vote to protect and expand the Affordable Care Act, not to tear it away in the midst of a global pandemic. And Joe Biden won the election decisively, with more votes than have ever been cast in American history. It amounts to 75 million voices and counting, calling on the Supreme Court to see this case for what it is, a blatant attempt to overturn the will of the people. And the President-elect and I cannot let that happen. And now it is my honor to introduce President-elect Joe Biden.
All right, you've been listening to Kamala Harris, the Vice President-elect, introducing the President-elect Joe Biden, who is in Wilmington, Delaware as well, and getting ready to make some comments on today's news. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Kamala. Good afternoon, everyone. This morning, as was stated, the United States Supreme Court heard oral arguments on the case of grave importance to the American people. This case represents the latest attempt by the far-right ideologues to do what they've been repeatedly failed to do for a long time. In the courts, in the Congress, in the court of public opinion, over the last decade, to eliminate the entirety of the Affordable Care Act. Twice already, the Supreme Court has upheld the landmark law, in 2012 and again in 2015. And the Congress, expressing the popular will of the American people on a bipartisan basis, has rejected numerous attempts, numerous efforts by President Trump to erase the law as well. Now, in the middle of a deadly pandemic that has infected more than 10 million Americans, nearly 1 in every 32 Americans, often with devastating consequences to their health, these ideologues are once again trying to strip health coverage away from the American people. The goal of the outgoing administration is clear from the brief they filed in the Supreme Court. It asserts, and I quote, "The entire ACA thus must fall," end of quote. Now, I'm not naive about the fact that health care is an issue that has divided Americans in the past. But the truth is, the American people are more united on this issue today than they are divided. Recently, as last month, a leading survey found that American people want to keep the Affordable Care Act in place by an overwhelming margin of 58% to 36%. 79% of the American people, including 9 out of 10 Democrats, 8 out of 10 independents, and 2/3 of Republicans, want to keep the ACA protections for people with pre-existing conditions, which would be eliminated if this lawsuit were to succeed. This doesn't need to be a partisan issue. It's a human issue. It affects every single American family. We can't subvert the growing consensus of the American people based on an argument put forward in the briefs seeking to invalidate the law that even many conservative legal scholars, including in the National Review, consider to be, quote, ridiculous. Let's be absolutely clear about what's at stake. The consequences of the Trump administration's argument are not academic or an abstraction. For many Americans, they are a matter of life and death in a literal sense. This argument will determine whether health care coverage of more than 20 million Americans who acquired it under the Affordable Care Act will be ripped away in the middle of the nation's worst pandemic in a century. Over 100 million people, as the Vice President-elect pointed out, over 100 million people with pre-existing conditions like asthma, diabetes, cancer, could once again be denied coverage, whether complications from COVID-19, like lung scarring and heart damage, will be the next flood of pre-existing conditions that can be used as an excuse to jack up premiums or deny coverage altogether. For millions of survivors who have struggled, won, and fought the coronavirus, fought against the loss of their life. This argument is going to determine whether women, as is pointed out, will once again be charged higher premiums just because they're women, or seniors will see their prescription drug costs go up. And like kids who, whether or not they can stay on their parents' plans till age 26, whether annual lifetime benefits will be reimposed. So someone could walk in and say, die in peace, you've run out of your coverage. This isn't hyperbole, it's real as it gets. When a family is faced with the awful news of a child's diagnosis with leukemia, or a mom forced to battle against breast cancer, an accident that leaves loved ones unable to live the life they've always known, it stops your heart. It stops your heart. It wrenches your entire world right off its axis when that happens. And many of you know that from your own personal experiences. Believe me, I know the feeling, and too many American families do as well. In that moment, the very last thing on your mind, the very last thing should be on your mind, is whether you can afford the treatment. The Affordable Care Act was created to put a stop to that inhumanity. It was created to ensure that families thrust into their worst nightmare of their lives could focus not on money, but on the fight that really matters. Obamacare is a law that every American should be proud of. It's why people with pre-existing conditions are protected in this country. It's a law that delivered vital coverage, as I said before, for 20 million Americans who did not have coverage. It's a law that reduced prescription drug price costs for nearly 12 million seniors. It's a law that saved lives and spared countless families from financial ruin. So this effort to bypass the will of the American people, the verdict of the courts in the past, the judgments of Congress, in my view, is simply cruel and needlessly divisive. Regardless of the outcome of this case, I promise you this: beginning on January 20th, the Vice President-elect Harris and we're going to do everything in our power to ease the burden of health care on you and your families. I promise you that. As I said, I will protect your health care like as with my own family. And we've been, unfortunately, significant consumers of health care. That starts by building on the Affordable Care Act, with the dramatic expansion of health care coverage and bold steps to lower health care costs. My transition team will soon be starting its work to flesh out the details so that we can hit the ground running, tackling costs, increasing access, lowering the price of prescription drugs. Families are reeling right now, particularly the reporters in this room and others listening. You've interviewed a lot of these people around the country as you've gone all over the world, all over the country. Enduring illnesses, faced with risky choices, losing their employer plans in droves. Already 10 million have already lost their employer plans. They need a lifeline, and they need it now. They should have to hold their breath. They shouldn't be in that position, waiting to see if the Supreme Court is going to wrench away the peace of mind they've come to now rely on. So we're going to get right to work, I promise you, addressing the issues that families are talking about around their kitchen tables this morning, making sure that they can get in bed tonight with the peace of mind that they deserve, and fulfilling our moral obligation to ensure that here in America, health care is a right for all, not a privilege for a few. So come January, we're going to work quickly with the Congress to dramatically ramp up health care protections, get Americans universal coverage, lower health care costs as soon as humanly possible. That's the promise I make to you. We're going to fight for your family's health coverage the same way we fight for our own family's health coverage. We want every single American to know, if you're sick, if you're struggling, if you're worried about how you're going to get through the day, we will not abandon you. That is a promise. We'll not leave you to face these challenges alone. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through it together. And we're going to build a healthcare system that puts you and your families first and that every American can be proud of. I want to thank you all for listening. May God bless you. May God keep you safe in this COVID environment. And may God protect our troops. Now I'm told that we're going to have, we're going to take 5 questions or thereabout. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. During the campaign, you said you were not naive about how difficult it would be to unite the country. It's now 3 days after you were projected as the president-elect. The president himself says he has won this election. His own administration has not moved forward to give you access to what you need to do to begin the work of your transition. Just a few minutes ago, the Secretary of State, when asked if he would cooperate with a smooth transition, he said there will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. I wonder if you have a message for the president who may well be watching right now, and how do you expect to be able to work with Republicans when so many have thus far refused to even acknowledge your victory?
Well, first of all, we are already beginning the transition. We're well underway. And the ability for the administration in any way by failure to recognize this our win does not change the dynamic at all in what we're able to do. We've announced yesterday, as you know, the health group that we put together today. We're going to be moving along in a consistent manner, putting together our administration, the White House, and reviewing who we're going to pick for the cabinet positions. And nothing's going to stop that. And so I'm confident that the fact that they're not willing to acknowledge we won at this point is not of much consequence in our planning and what we're able to do between now and January 20th.
You have a response to Secretary Pompeo, and I also wonder, you warned during the campaign that as the walls closed in on the president, he would behave more erratically. Yesterday, he fired his defense secretary on Twitter. Are you worried that he's disabling the government? And what are you saying to the world leaders who are calling you at this point about the situation here?
Well, first of all, I'm letting them know that America's back. We're going to be back in the game. It's not American alone. Number one, I've had the opportunity to speak with now 6 world leaders. And the response has been very fulsome, energetic, and they're all looking forward to being able to, from Great Britain to France, to Germany, to Canada, et cetera, and Ireland. So I feel good about the ability to. I said when we announced that the next president is going to inherit a divided country and a world in disarray. The reception and welcome we've gotten around the world from our allies and our friends has been real. I'm having a number of other calls to return, and so I feel confident that we're going to be able to put America back in the place of respect that it had before.
Something?
Mr. President-elect, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has suggested today that he may not recognize the outcome of this election until the Electoral College meets next month. Have you spoken to your longtime friend in the Senate, Mr. McConnell, and what do you make of his specific comments over the last 24 hours?
I haven't had a chance to speak to Mitch. My expectation is that I will do that in not too distant future. I think that the whole Republican Party has been put in a position, with a few notable exceptions, of being mildly intimidated by the sitting president. But there's only one president at a time. He's president. We're going to have the Electoral College. We'll be making their judgment in December. It'll be announced in early January. But in the meantime, I hope to get a chance to speak to Mitch.
If I could follow up, without transition funding, will you be able to go through with the proper transition that's needed? Would you like access to the PDB And will you authorize legal action, or would that be too divisive, do you believe?
We can get through without the funding. We're in a position that we feel very good about. There's nothing that slows up our efforts to put things together. Obviously, the PDB would be useful, but it's not necessary. I'm not the sitting president now. And so we don't see anything that's slowing us down, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect, and congratulations to you both. Have you tried to reach out at all to the president? And if he is watching right now, what would you say to him?
Mr. President, look forward to speaking with you.
And you say that you are being able to move ahead without interruption, but to Jeff's point, presumably at some point you will need access to more classified information, secure facilities and the like. What options are you considering? How will you move ahead if the president continues to refuse to concede?
Well, look, access to classified information is useful, but I'm not in a position to make any decisions on those issues anyway. There's one, as I said, one president at a time, and he will be president until January 20th. It would be nice to have it, but it's not critical. And we're just going to proceed the way we have. We're going to do exactly what we'd be doing if he had conceded and said we've won, which we have. And so there's nothing really changing.
But not ruling out legal action?
No, I don't see a need for legal action, quite frankly. I think the legal action is, you're seeing it play out, the actions he's taking. And so far, there is no evidence of any of the assertions made by the President or Secretary of State Pompeo. Secretary of State Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. Democrats are on track to lose a handful of seats in the House of Representatives. That could make it harder to pass legislation with just Democratic votes. And I'm just curious, how does that impact your plans for what priorities you think you can get through this Congress, especially if the Senate remains in GOP control? And during the lame duck, will you be coordinating with Speaker Pelosi on how she should be negotiating with Republicans?
Well, I've spoken to the leader, and I've spoken to the minority leader in the House. And one of the urgent things that need to be done is people need relief right now. Right now. Small businesses, people who are about to be evicted from their homes because they can't pay their mortgage, unemployment insurance. You know, what's going to happen is you're going to see what people don't realize is the failure to provide state and local assistance. You're going to see police officers, firefighters, first responders laid off. And I think the pressure is going to build. But the fact is that I would hope that the president at least has the sensitivity and knowledge to know that a lot of people are in real trouble right now, between now and the time we get elected, till we get sworn in. And so it's my hope and expectation. I'm sure that the majority, the Speaker of the House, as well as the minority leader, are working right now into the priorities they have laid out.
But do you plan to be active in those negotiations, working with Speaker Pelosi to represent Democrats on the table?
Well, we've been talking, and they know my views, and I support what they're doing.
And then my second question was about the Senate. Do you plan to campaign in Georgia before your inauguration to help Democrats in the 2 runoff races there as they try to flip the Senate? And how important is a Democratic-held Senate to your agenda?
Well, obviously, it'd be much better if we had a tie in the Senate, which means that this vice president become incredibly important beyond what she already is. But we're going to do anything we can that they think we can do to help.
And does the Democratic Senate help your cabinet chances? Does that change how you consider who you nominate to cabinet posts?
No, I don't think so. I take McConnell at his word. I understand he said that he will make it clear who he's prepared to support and not support, and that's a negotiation that I'm sure we'll have. Look, one of the things that I would do as president-elect and when I become president is lay out to the Republicans as well as the Democrats who we intend to name for each cabinet position. I hope we're able to be in a position to let people know at least a couple that we want before Thanksgiving, and we'll just work this out. Look, I am not a pessimist, as you know, and I think there are enough Republicans who have already spoken out, but I think there'll be many more, not many more, there'll be a larger number once the election is declared and I'm sworn in, to be able to get things done. I think they understand. For example, I can't imagine there not being a willingness on the part of Republicans. There's going to be significant pressure to deal with health care. Their own constituencies are in that position. So I'm not, I think we can get a lot done.
Thank you.
Sir, what do you say to the Americans that are anxious over the fact that President Trump has yet to concede and what that might mean for the country?
Well, I just think it's an embarrassment, quite frankly. The only thing that, how can I say this tactfully? I think it will not help the president's legacy. I think that I know from my discussions with foreign leaders thus far that they are hopeful that the United States democratic institutions are viewed once again as being strong and enduring. And but I think at the end of the day, you know, it's all going to come to fruition on January 20th. And between now and then, my hope and expectation is that the American people do know and do understand that there has been a transition. Even among Republicans who are people who voted for the president, I understand the sense of loss. I get that. But I think the majority of the people who voted for the president, a lot voted for him, a significantly smaller number, but a lot voted for him. I think they understand that we have to come together. I think they're ready to unite, and I believe we can pull the country out of this bitter politics that we've seen for the last 5, 6, 7 years.
And just to follow up on a previous question, how do you expect to work with Republicans if they won't even acknowledge you as president-elect?
They will. They will. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
All right, President-elect Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, after being introduced by his Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, making some comments following the news that 2 key U.S. Supreme Court justices indicated they are inclined to uphold the bulk of the Affordable Care Act. The court was weighing the fate of a landmark law that provides, of course, as you know, health insurance to 20 million people. The President-elect also taking some questions from the press there that were with him in Wilmington and talked about his transition. He did say it is already beginning and seems to be going well. He's also been talking to various world leaders, and he said we're talking to them to let them know that America is back. He talked about UK, France, Germany, Canada, and Ireland. Those are the countries where he's talked to leaders. He has not, though, talked to Senate Republican Mitch McConnell, of course, the majority leader in the Senate. He says they haven't had a chance. Did also talk about that transition funding, not having access to the PDB hasn't really impacted them in terms of their transition team putting it together and moving forward. So very interesting, just to track some of those early comments from the Vice President-elect, or I should say President-elect, following the election. All right, let's get to a story that's in Bloomberg Business Week. It's about big tech. It actually has an element to it that pertains to the upcoming new administration in the White House. It is about big tech, which we know has often been targeted by President Trump. It could have a different kind of Washington problem under a Biden administration. Let's get to Joshua Brustein, technology writer at Business Week, on the phone in New York City. Joshua, good to have you here with us. Tell us what's going on, how we know big tech has certainly been on President Trump's radar. How might it be different when it comes to Joe Biden?
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I think that the first thing that will be very obvious is that the tone of the conversation around technology will change. The president has repeatedly harped on this alleged problem of anti-conservative bias at Twitter and Google and Facebook. There's no real evidence for that. I do not think it's something that President Biden will focus on much. But I do think that he will be under a fair amount of pressure from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party to pursue a pretty aggressive agenda that would target big tech's economic power in the form of stronger antitrust laws and stronger antitrust enforcement.
Right. So it's not going to be like a free lunch. It's different from, I'm not going to say it was a free lunch under President Barack Obama, but it's not going to be that kind of relationship either, correct?
Yeah, I think in talking to people in the Democratic Party, a lot of them do kind of look back and say, well, maybe it was kind of a free lunch during the Obama administration, and we want to make sure it's not that way this time. Yeah, I think that, the Democratic Party is also very skeptical of big tech and very angry with the largest companies in Silicon Valley, as are Republicans. They're just angry for different reasons.
Meaning what specifically?
Well, the Republicans have turned big tech into a sort of culture war struggle in the same way that they have turned the supposed media bias into a kind of right versus left argument. And the Democratic Party wants to look at, they're worried about the economic consolidation by large corporations. And big tech is sort of the prime example for that. You saw even during the Trump administration a pretty thorough antitrust investigation carried out by the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust. And I think that will lay the groundwork for an attempt to pass new, harsher antitrust laws. That will probably be kind of the main venue for the conflict.
Hey, Joshua, just quickly, just got about 40 seconds here, 45 seconds. Section 230, I feel like we're going to be talking a lot about that, though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Section 230 is the law that allows websites to be protected from lawsuits based on what their users publish. And this has been a major issue for the president. Democrats are also skeptical of it, but I think it'll probably take a backseat to some other priorities. They think that antitrust can deal with a lot of the same problems in maybe a different way.
Well, I'm going to put this story out on Twitter. Check it out at Bloomberg Business Week, online in the magazine. Joshua Brustein, thank you so much. Technology writer at Bloomberg Business Week, joining us on the phone in New York City. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up, we'll get a check on your top business stories and also check on the trading day. And then we're going to talk about, our top story. We got to talk a little bit more politics. We're going to get to that in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg.
This is WBBR New York, WDCH-FM Bowie, Baltimore, Washington, WJZ-FM HD2 Catonsville, WRCA Watertown, WBOS HD2 Brookline, Boston, WNBP Newburyport, KNEW Oakland, KOSF 103.7 FM HD2 San Francisco, and Sirius XM Satellite Radio Channel 119.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner, 3 p.m. on Wall Street. So we have an hour remaining in the Tuesday session, and right now equities are mixed. We have the Dow holding on to a gain of about 0.8%, but in the broader market, the S&P 500 down 0.1%. We're seeing weakness today in many of the information tech stocks. The S&P Information Tech Group is down about 1.8%, and the weakness in tech helping to lead the Nasdaq Composite off about 1.3% today. Now, we do have strength in some of the consumer staples shares along with industrial names. Among the conversations happening in markets today is whether the equity rally that we have seen over the last month has really outpaced the prospects for a rebound in the economy. And obviously, the million-dollar question, how might a vaccine change the outlook? Obviously, at the margins, there is concern about the future of additional U.S. fiscal stimulus. And then there's the issue of the transfer to power. President-elect Biden. Today, we heard from Senate Majority Leader McConnell saying he doesn't think there will be an interrupted transition. Earlier today, 2 key Supreme Court justices indicated they are inclined to uphold the bulk of the Affordable Care Act. We're seeing healthcare shares right now trade a little bit higher overall as a group. The S&P 500 healthcare group is up about 0.6%. A lot of that, to be fair, is due to the rally that we're seeing in selected pharmaceutical names. Eli Lilly right now up about 4%. This is after the FDA late yesterday gave Lilly approval This is emergency use authorization for Lilly's experimental antibody therapy. Overnight, regulators in China unveiled regulations to root out monopolistic practices in the internet industry. That's sending ADRs in both Alibaba and Tencent lower at this hour. The U.S. 10-year Treasury now in the New York session with a yield of 96 basis points. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Safe to say, a little bit of a wait what moment yesterday. It's picked up some momentum on this Tuesday. It's about the Republican effort to overturn Joe Biden's victory in the 2020 election. This is among our top stories on the Bloomberg and here at Bloomberg Business Week. Bloomberg News national political reporter Tyler Pager. He joins us on the phone from Wilmington, Delaware. Hey, Tyler, so good to have you here. I just kind of want to make sense of what's going on. First of all, we just heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden. You're in Wilmington, he's in Wilmington, and he just made some comments, obviously about the Supreme Court and the news we got there. But more specifically, he took some questions from reporters about the transition, how it's going. And I'm just curious, where are we in this process? Because it seems like the Republican side continues to sow seeds of doubt when it comes to the outcome of the election. The election's been called. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. News outlets have called, TV networks, the Associated Press have called the election for Joe Biden. It's pretty clear that he won, but Trump has not conceded. And so the official transition designated by a federal employee at the General Services Administration has not yet begun that process. And so today, Joe Biden, president-elect, has received quite a few questions from reporters about his thoughts about the fact that Trump has not conceded and Republicans are backing him up in this fight to try to overturn the results of the election.
Well, so make some sense. What's the significance, Tyler, of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who had been pretty quiet, it feels like, after the election outcome, when he said on the Senate floor yesterday that the president is, quote, 100% within his rights to challenge the election results. I mean, he is, to be fair, right, in terms of the law. But what does it mean for Mitch McConnell to come out and say something?
Yeah, I mean, it gives Trump cover from the Republican Party to continue with these legal fights. And it shows that the Republican Party is fully behind Trump, despite him losing both the Electoral College and the popular vote. And it delays the process for an official transition to begin. Joe Biden does not have access to government funding to pursue the transition. He doesn't have access to the State Department for secure phone lines with foreign leaders. He's already begun those calls, but there is a lot of formal kind of lines of communication that are opened up once the transition begins. And without that designation, Joe Biden is kind of out there on his own. Today, he was pretty actually zen about the conflict and the controversy. He said, look, we're moving forward. We're focused on building our transition. He said, like, we want this official process to begin, but it's not hamstringing us, that it has not.
Right. He didn't say that a lack of funds, for instance, were preventing them from moving forward. And he also talked about expectations of having some cabinet members, maybe, I think, putting out some names come November, correct, this month, and also didn't seem to be too...
He would hope to have...
Yeah, go ahead.
He said he would hope to have some around Thanksgiving. Our reporting shows that it's probably going to be mostly after Thanksgiving that we start to get them, but I think we'll get some of the senior White House staff shortly.
So what are your expectations? What are you hearing from your sources about kind of what this all means, where we go? Is there a date we're all just going to say? Is it when the states officially call the elections that this is done?
Yeah, I mean, that the timing is really what is what we're waiting to see. Joe Biden did not give any hint of when he thinks that'll be called. His transition team had a call last night with reporters, and they said that they might pursue legal action to expedite this process. Today, Joe Biden kind of threw cold water on that and said that he did not think that was necessary. And so it really depends on kind of if Trump concedes how these legal fights that he's, filing lawsuits around the country, how they go. Most of them have been thrown out and disregarded, but there are recount processes likely in Georgia and in Wisconsin. So these are processes that have to kind of go through to the end, and then maybe we get that decision, or it's until the Electoral College votes, which doesn't come till next month. So there's a lot of points in this process where it could come to an end, but Trump and the Republicans could drag this on for quite some time.
To be fair, and again, I'm kind of, asking you to go back to your sources. I mean, if it was the shoe on the other foot and it was this close a race, could we have anticipated that a Democratic, party would be doing exactly the same because it was closer? It really wasn't that close. Yeah, I mean, it was closer in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump, and though she did not concede the night of, she came back the next morning and conceded. I think the difference here is Trump has been very clear that he was going to cast doubt on the results of the election if it did not go his way for months. This is an argument and a fight he's been telegraphing, and Joe Biden has not been doing the same. And so I think and even some, Republicans have moved on. Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Ben Sasse, senators from across the country have recognized Joe Biden's victory. Former President George W. Bush, a Republican, has also called and congratulated Biden. And a number of former Republican members of Congress have spoken out against Trump and the Republicans' actions and said, the party needs to acknowledge the results of the election. So I don't think that we could expect that Biden or a Democrat would have taken the same tack, just given the rhetoric that both parties had kind of been telegraphing for the months leading up to this election. What's next on the President-elect Biden's calendar? So he has a lot of meetings. They have not really given a full public schedule, but we expect that he continues to meet with his transition team as they build out the government and possibly get some announcements quite soon about some of those senior staff positions. All right. Well, busy. No doubt about it. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah. Hey, I know you sound exhausted, but that's to be understood. It's just a little crazy as there's so much going on across the government as they try to work through not only these legal fights and the transition, but really starting to put in place policy and people to begin this next administration. Yeah, exactly. No, I totally understand. Great stuff. And I know you are busy, so thanks for finding some time for us. Bloomberg News national political reporter Tyler Pager joining us on the phone from Wilmington, Delaware. Quick check on the markets for you. Bouncing around a little bit off our highs and lows of the day. S&P 500 just down about 10 points, down about 0.25%. Down in the other direction, it's up about 0.8%, up 223 points. Nasdaq, it is down the most on a percentage basis, a decline of 1.5% or down 175 points. Back to world and national news. Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden is defending the Affordable Care Act, the Obama administration's signature health care law, which is once again in front of the Supreme Court.
This argument is going to determine whether women, as is pointed out, will once again be charged higher premiums just because they're women, or seniors will see their prescription drug costs go up. And like kids who, whether or not they can stay on their parents' plans till age 26, whether annual lifetime benefits will be reimposed. So someone could walk in and say, die in peace, you run out of your coverage. This isn't hyperbole, it's real as it gets.
During Supreme Court arguments today on the ACA, several justices, including Chief Justice John Roberts, suggested they are not prepared to strike down the entire law, even if the individual mandate is invalidated. Well, President-elect Biden was also asked today if the failure of President Trump to concede the election is hampering the transition process.
We're going to be moving along in a consistent manner, putting together our administration, the White House, and reviewing who we're going to pick for the cabinet positions. And nothing's going to stop that.
Biden says he's spoken with 6 world leaders and told them the U.S. is back in the game and it's no longer America alone. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is downplaying President Trump's refusal to concede the presidential election, saying the world should have every confidence that the January 20th transition will be successful. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So the third annual 9/11 Memorial and Museum Summit on Security happened today virtually. Bloomberg, of course, very, very involved in this. And it included an array of leaders from all walks of life, from industry, from government, to really talk about how we can improve security at companies, in government, really all across our society. And one of the guests was Synchrony's CEO, Margaret Keane. She spoke with our own Jason Kelly at the summit, and they talked about how the pandemic, COVID-19, has affected Synchrony's business and really how it's changed the way she manages the company. Check it out.
I think the biggest lesson was we said, look, we got to make sure our employees are safe. When the pandemic first hit, we have a big call center environment, and we were trying to manage with the call centers open for about 2 weeks, right, as the pandemic was hitting. And I was talking to my HR leader. I was like, there's no way we can manage like this. You can't have like a section where someone gets COVID and then you're shutting the section down and cleaning the desk. Like, we're not going to be able to serve our customers. So we quickly pivoted to say, let's go work at home. And I will tell you, that was enormous decision. And I think one of the things I learned as a leader was once we made that decision, I got out of the way of the people who do the work. And we didn't overmanage. I think one of the positives of the pandemic is we have learned to let people do their jobs without 70 PowerPoint pictures before we make a decision. And I think trying to hold on to that capability of, you know what, we got a lot of smart people here who know how to do things. Let's make the decision. Let's go. There was no PowerPoint on, we got to go home. We had to order equipment. We were spending money, but we were like, let's get it done. And guess what? It was the best decision we could have made.
And that was Synchrony CEO Margaret Keane catching up with our Jason Kelly at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum Summit on security today. Bloomberg LP, by the way, the parent company of Bloomberg News, is a sponsor of the Summit on Security. Founder and majority owner Michael Bloomberg, chairman of the board of trustees of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The equity market has traded mixed throughout the entire day, and we're about 42 minutes now until the closing bell. Want to get you the very latest as we cross to the Bloomberg Macro Squawk Desk and Bill Maloney. Hey, Bill.
And good afternoon, Doug. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading mixed with the Nasdaq under pressure again today. Dow's currently higher by 230 points. S&P's drop 8. Nasdaq is lower by 1.5%. Those FANG stocks, they're down 2.7%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.96%. Oil gains 2.8%. And transports rise 200 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders to the upside were the industrial, staples, and energy, tech, and consumer discretionary led to the downside. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Walgreens, Boeing, and Chevron, and Salesforce fell 5% and led to the downside. After earnings, Beyond Meat fell as much as 25%. And in other news, Boeing faces a possible new FAA enforcement action. Verizon has sold $12 billion worth of bonds in a 5-part offering, and Revlon soared as much as 124% intraday before pairing gains. In deal news, CNBC reported that potential bidders for Kansas City Southern have moved on. And wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Lyft and Datadog. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Doug?
All right, Bill, to hear live breaking news right on the Bloomberg terminal, the function is SQUA, then the green go key. We've got WTI crude oil 41.40 and a 10-year Treasury at 96 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Doug. Thank you so much. Well, in this week's edition of Bloomberg Business Week Small Business Survival Guide, there's a new report out that finds that hundreds of local and state relief funds have saved hundreds of thousands of businesses. Let's get into that with Bloomberg News editor Dimitra Kasanides. She's on the phone in New York City. Kennedy Smith is senior researcher at the Independent Business Initiative at the advocacy group Institute for Local Self-Reliance. She joins us on the phone from Washington, D.C. Dimitra, let's kick it off with you. I mean, this is really a timely report because we really got to get an idea of how small businesses are doing. How are they? And tell us how this came to your attention.
Well, I mean, they're still struggling. And I think what was really enlightening about this was the fact that so many other resources were able to step up and step in. And rather than just provide, additional funding to businesses, really were the difference between surviving and not surviving at times when the federal programs, as we all know, really, were just kind of dogged with problems, not enough funding and slowness and questions over it all. So the report was something Nick Leiber, our amazing freelancer who covers small business so astutely for us, was in touch with Kennedy, and the Institute was aware of the possibility that report was coming recently and decided, to look at what their findings were. So that is how it came about. And they have been looking at this and continue to look at it, sort of as was described in an article that we did recently, a living, breathing sort of look at how this is all going and moving forward.
So Kennedy, come on in on it. Give us a little bit more in depth. Dimitra really setting the stage there really nicely, but tell us a little bit more about what you looked into and what you found.
Sure, I'm happy to. We started this actually not with sort of the goal of doing some kind of a longitudinal analysis, but of simply putting together a list that might help local businesses find sources of assistance as this pandemic was kind of rolling out. And then it kind of grew and grew and grew. And as it grew, we've been able to go back and look and see different sort of patterns of what kinds of programs communities have been launching, which ones are more effective than others. And in that have seen sort of some cycles that businesses are experiencing. Obviously, in the first days of the pandemic, when shutdown orders were first issued, businesses scrambled very quickly to find money to pay, the next month's rent. And at that point, there was no federal assistance available, and so communities were very innovative in finding ways to cobble together money from economic development funds that had been earmarked for something else, or for postponing public improvements projects they've been planning on. We've even found instances of a local city council that all the members decided to basically forgo their salaries for a period of time to help cobble together some money. communities literally doing bake sales and things to make this happen.
It's remarkable.
So, it's really remarkable. But then after that, we actually lost some businesses that couldn't make it 2 or 3 months, and the communities didn't have the financial support yet to sustain them. And so there's sort of a second wave of funding that communities have put together, which has been geared towards helping businesses pivot, help them, learn to be omni-channel businesses and reach customers in a variety of ways, and really rethink their business plans. So in that, we're seeing a combination of technical assistance and financial assistance. And now with winter coming, we're seeing an entire new wave of programs coming out.
That's what I was just going to say. I was going to ask. I mean, it's continuing then, and they're finding ways to keep this going. This is meant as a report then, from what you said, Kennedy, for small businesses to actually get their hands on this report and look and see maybe what resources they then can turn to and tap. Is that how it was pulled together ultimately as something that the small businesses themselves can really rely on as a guide almost?
Yeah, well, that was certainly our original intent. And it still is being used that way quite a bit, and we continue to update it, so it continues to grow. But we've actually found some of the major users of it are local officials and state officials who are looking through to see what other communities have done, how they've funded their programs, how they've administered them, how they've been able to roll money out quickly, and how they've found ways to meet the needs of particular types of businesses whose needs were not met by the Paycheck Protection Program, or that don't have other resources available to them, don't have a close banking relationship, for example, finding ways to help get money to them and keep them alive.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And I'm curious what you're hearing from the small business community about what the winter months look like as we watch those rising virus cases and we continue to see cities really kind of go back into lockdown. And just got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're terrified, and states are taking action, even though Congress hasn't yet done so. A couple of states just in the past week, Maryland, Massachusetts, Ohio, for example, have dug back into their CARES Act funding and allocated more for a new wave of small business funding to try to keep them going over the next couple of months.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Listen, thank you so much, Kennedy. I appreciate your time. Kennedy Smith, she's senior researcher at the Independent Business Initiative at the advocacy group Institute for Local Self-Reliance, with a check on funds, state relief funds that have really raised a lot of money, $8.5 billion for small businesses. Our thanks to her, as well as Dimitra Kesanidi. She is editor at Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone in New York City. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're just about 35 minutes away from that closing bell. Coming up, though, another check on the markets, what Dave Wilson is finding interesting with his chart of the day. That's coming up next on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're just about 29 minutes away from that closing bell. Coming up, though, we've got Dave Wilson and his chart of the day. In the meantime, let's get back to your top business stories and another look at that trading day. Doug Krisner.
Yeah, it's a mixed session today, Carol. Large cap slumping, but we do have relative strength in some of the consumer discretionary names. Some of the industrial shares also moving higher. So the Dow is ahead by 1%, but the Nasdaq comp down about 1.1%. And in the broader market, the S&P 500, it's kind of been fluctuating between gains and losses right now with a gain of less than 0.1%. Want to look very quickly at shares in Eli Lilly. Stock is popping. Late yesterday, we were talking about the Food and Drug Administration granting the company emergency use authorization for its experimental antibody treatment. Yesterday, we were talking a lot about the vaccine optimism, right? Pfizer today, Anthony Fauci, the government's top infectious disease expert, was saying emergency use authorization could be granted in a week or so. Now, the other thing that's interesting about this story, it's huge, but check this out.
What?
The challenge of storing and transporting this vaccine because it has to be done at very, very extremely cold temperatures.
Right.
Today, if you look at some of the refrigeration stocks, Thermo King, Carrier, moving higher, right? These companies would obviously benefit from the vaccine being greenlit and then authorized for distribution. It's wonderful how the market works, huh?
It's what I love about the market. Like, it looks at news and starts to figure out, oh, well, wait, that means this for this sector and this for this sector. It's fascinating.
It is. Amazon showing a bit of weakness right now. The company is facing an antitrust complaint from the European Union, so those shares are trading down at this hour. 10-year Treasury last quoted in New York at a yield of 96 basis points. Crude oil above $41 the barrel here in New York. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
We're talking treasuries. We're going to talk yield gap in just a moment right here for the chart of the day. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg. This is Yes, isn't it?
It is.
Woo! My brother John was like so in on Yes. I have so many siblings, and truly each of them had like their music thing. And he was really into photography and used to take pictures, go to all the concerts and take a ton of pictures. Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Changes.
Yes, indeed.
See, look at that. I'm doing it on my own, Dave Wilson. Look at what you've created.
Well, Carol, sometimes I just guess right.
Sometimes you just give me one. I'm just going to say. All right.
Makes up for all those other times.
I know. Lots of other times where I have to Google furiously. Chart of the day.
Yeah, what's changing is the relationship between stocks and bonds when you look at yields. You know, it's interesting. You know, I ran across this note yesterday online talking about, you know, the gap between the earnings yield on the S&P 500 index, which is basically the inverse of a price-earnings ratio.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if stocks are 20 times earnings, the yield is 5%. That's how that works. Anyway, the earnings yield relative to the yield on 10-year Treasury notes. Now, if you go back to March when stocks were at the bottom of their short-lived bear market, the gap between the two was like 6 percentage points. Yesterday, with stocks rallying and bond yields rising because